special Capital City Council meeting of October 1st to order, and we'll begin with a roll call.
Councilmember Termini. Here. Councilmember Patron.
Here.
Councilmember Harlan.
Here.
Councilmember Norton.
Here.
Mayor Botorff.
Here, and we'll all rise and say pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Ryan, do we have any additional materials?
No.
None. Any additions or deletions to the agenda, Rich?
Staff has no changes.
Okay. So we'll open up now for public comments for items that are not on the agenda. Anyone like to speak to us about anything in the world related to Capitola? We're all here for zoning, so good. We'll close the public comment period. City Council comments.
If no one knows or hasn't heard already, Friday night was actually a wonderful experience. And I'll leave it to others on the board here to comment a little bit more. It was just absolutely wonderful.
And specifically, Friday night was?
We'll leave it to other members on the board here to comment.
Okay. Any other comments on Friday night? Okay. Any other comments from council in general?
Okay. Rudy's last dinner and a whole, God, how many people were there? 400, maybe 500?
Last dinner, like it was just before the crucifixion.
No. It was his
party.
retirement party. You know, it was absolutely amazing.
It was great.
It was absolutely wonderful.
It really was good.
And then they played the sign-off, his last call-in from the SETCOM or whatever it's called. That was just moving. Really was moving. And I learned something about our city manager that we won't repeat in public, but it was great.
Okay. Any staff comments? Okay, we have a consent agenda, just one item on here. We'll do it as one motion. Anybody from the public like to pull anything on the consent agenda? I have a motion for consent. Motion to move. Second. A second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Brings us to the main course while we're here, the general government public hearing about the zoning code update. I turn it over to Katie.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Today thank you for meeting on a Saturday morning with us, and we're starting off with our zoning code update. Currently, we're in citywide standards. We're beginning on, we're actually going to revisit two items that you asked us to bring back to you for Saturday morning, and then we'll head into Chapter 17.84 for historic preservation. So the first item we're going to discuss is the vacation rental sign. Currently, vacation rental signs are at a maximum limit of 1 per home and at 1 square foot. There's been discussion of bringing that down to an 8.5 by 11. So here I'm just showing an image of this 1 square foot versus 8.5 by 11.
Yeah, that's not actual size what we're looking at.
No, it's not actual size. This is my best estimate.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to.
Thank you for clarifying, and thank you for your effort. Okay.
So what the blue that you're seeing on, that's not actual size. The blue that you're seeing on the screen is the portion that would be decreased if it were brought down to an 8.5 by 11 sign. If you'd like, we can talk about this later. I understand that someone from Beach House Rentals was possibly coming to this meeting. I'm not seeing them here.
Yeah, I weighed in with Dee Dee Harrington from Beach House Rentals yesterday, and unfortunately, sadly, good friend of Capitola's, Stephanie Ferris took a bad fall, was in the hospital, and her husband had died about 6 months ago. I don't know if you know Stephanie Ferris, but she was one of the co-owners of Beach House Rental. And she has no family to take care of her, and Dee Dee has taken on that responsibility. So right now, Dee Dee is trying to get her into a care home and said there's absolutely no way she could make and present today. And I said, totally understand. She's taking care of what I think is more important at this time. But she did express two concerns. One about, that she was not happy about the new ordinance, the change from the 12 by 12 to the 6 by 6 or the 8.5 by 11 or any variation. And also, she weighed in on the shared parking lot, which I interviewed all the other patrons in that establishment. So, if those were to come up again, we'd discuss them. But she will not be here presenting. So,
I'm going to make a motion to see if this can fly. That we reduce this to 8.5 by 11 for the signage for it. and that we grandfather in the printed signs that are done by Beach House Rentals to be amortized out at the
Feels
full
dan-
use of what they have now in stock.
Feels specific and dangerous.
Yes, yes.
I'd like to substitute motion that we go with 12 by 12.
I'll second that motion. So, any discussion on either one of those motions?
I do agree with one of our council members that having what's becoming to be ubiquitous signs around the village of such large nature sort of takes away from the, what I consider still, and that's why we're here, protecting the quaint nature of this town. I think it takes away from the nature of this town as a residential area for people to live here. And so having such a large sign, like I said, they're becoming ubiquitous, and they're probably going to grow even more. I definitely support a smaller sign.
Stephanie?
Well, I'm sympathetic with them if they did just order signs, and I'd like to talk to them about it and see how many they ordered and so forth, and maybe give them, not grandfather them in forever, but give them some period of time that they can use them, and they'll have to change them out. I mean, when we did the whole sign ordinance throughout the city, especially on 41st Avenue, we gave people a number of years. I don't remember how many. We gave people a number of years before they had to replace their sign. And one of the hardest ones was the guy at Burger King who had a big giant sign, and we made him bring it down and have a smaller one. And we said, okay, but you got to have a couple of years to do it. So maybe we could leave that open and look at that and come back with maybe some ideas about that.
I just want to comment. I never liked the idea of changing this. I didn't see the rationale behind changing it. I didn't see it as a problem. I don't really think that the difference between 6 by 6, 8.5 by 11, or 12 by 12 really mattered in what we were doing or was deterring from anything that we had in the city. I wish that the people that the more people are aware that this was actually changing, and I think they might have an opinion. So I'm in favor of leaving this alone and supporting the motion on the floor, the second motion. So have a substitute motion, which was to leave it at 12 by 12 with a second. Can we please do a roll call vote on that?
Was there a
Councilmember Termini?
second?
I seconded it.
Oh, okay. Just under discussion. I'll be happy to go around the village and take pictures of a lot of these, because I think it is an issue. We just haven't heard about it because nobody else has brought it up. But when you look at towns like little touristy, cute towns like ours, you don't want to have, I don't think, a lot of commercial signs on every third building, every fourth building, every fifth building, whatever it is down there, that is really an advertisement for their vacation rental. And I don't think that's kind of a look that we want in Capitola Village. And I think that the residents would support that. But I am sympathetic with giving them some time to change over to smaller signs. But it's not a look I don't think that Carmel wants, that Mendocino wants, that Pismo Beach wants, that Grover Beach wants, that Cambria, that any of these towns where, yes, they're along the coast, yes, they're very popular, yes, they have vacation rentals, yes, they're commercial, but you still want to maintain a residential character to those village areas by not having all these commercial signs. So that's what my point is. It makes it look too commercial when it's really a mixed-use area of residences and businesses and visitors.
Hold on, let me let Mike weigh in since you've already had one comment.
First of all, we're talking about the difference between this and this.
Well, I'd really have it smaller even than that.
Secondly, the no parking signs that are allowed without a permit are larger. Leave it at that.
Jacques, you have another comment?
That any resident can put up in front of their driveway.
Sorry.
No parking, and I walked by 6 of them walking from Gales today, and they're larger than the beach house rental sign, and we have to realize that you're seeing it from the sidewalk, you're not walking up right next to it. I agree, but it's only existing in the village, it's only in the TOT zone. So, we're not talking about an enormous issue here, and we're talking about 4 inches.
I think Mark is true in one sense that it is not an enormous issue in terms of the size of the sign, but I use the word ubiquitous because it really points to the fact that these signs are increasing. They're probably going to increase more, and it's a constant reminder to the residents of the city that we're becoming less and less a town for residents. We're becoming more and more a town for visitors. That may be a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not going to comment on that, but I prefer living in a neighborhood where I know my residents, I know my neighbors, and the fact that I'm being reminded day in and day out that those are becoming fewer and fewer, that bothers me.
Any other comments? Okay, now we'll do a roll call on the second motion.
Councilmember Termini,
Aye.
Councilmember Bertrand,
No.
Vice Mayor Harlan,
No.
Councilmember Norton,
No.
and Mayor Botorff.
Aye. That motion fails 3-2 with Termini and Botorff dissenting. And the first motion, Dennis, do you have-
First motion is that we reduce the sign size down to 8.5 by 11, and that we give some period of time for amortization or grandfathering out of existing signs.
A friendly amendment, would that be for all people that have the sign or just for that one
Yeah, for
business?
everybody.
For everybody, okay.
Yeah.
I hate to just pick out one person and isolate them.
That was the only reason why I.
And what was the time that you specified?
Let's say 6 months,
Wow.
or we could say through next summer. We could go 1 year from
year?
right now.
I mean, at least a
1
year.
year from right now.
I mean, just to get the money's worth out of the signs, I would think. So you're okay with 1 year?
I'm okay with 1 year.
I'll
if the
second
rest of
that.
council is.
I'll second that.
Just as clarification,
Oh, sorry.
I would suggest that it be a year after code adoption, because it really doesn't go into effect until we adopt the code.
So that would be the motion maker?
That's fine.
Everybody understand the motion on the floor? Any other comment on that? Ryan, can we do another roll call?
Councilmember Termini,
Aye.
Councilmember Bertrand,
Aye.
Councilmember Norton,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Harlan,
Aye.
and Mayor Botorff.
Aye, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you for that. Takes us to, Katie, next item.
Okay, covered bicycles in multifamily residential. That was another item you asked us to bring back. Bicycle parking is on page 76-20. And in Capitola, what we have proposed in the new code is for multifamily residential, one covered space would be required per 5 units. It would be classified as Class 1 parking, which means it's secure and weather-protected places to park bicycles. This includes garages. So they would have to show that within their garage they meet the minimum standard. Some examples of what else is out there. City of Santa Cruz, they require for multifamily residential 1 space per unit. This also is classified as a Class 1 bicycle facility, which includes a locker individually locked in enclosed or supervised area within a building providing protection for each bicycle. And it also includes garages. So Class 1 would be applied to both commercial and residential. So I think they have the garage stipulation in there for residential. And then Santa Cruz County was interesting. They have 1 bike space per every 10 employees. They don't have a specific standard for residential. This is tied only to non-residential and multi-tenant sites with 50-plus employees. So the multi-tenant sites are also commercial sites. So a couple examples to work from. Palo Alto had some pretty strict standards, but it wasn't how many per unit, but really about placement and ensuring that there's covered bicycle parking for most different uses for residential and commercial. So that we wanted to get there, but I think Santa Cruz is a very progressive standard at 1 per unit, and it must be, and the standard is typically a 2-foot by 6-foot for space. So if it were a garage, we just need to see, in addition to the 10 by 20 space for an internal parking space, they'd also need to have a 2 by 6 space for a bicycle. So with that, we'll take comment.
Comments?
I feel even stronger than the last meeting. So we've had some contact with Amelia Cohen from the Bicycle Project, and we're thinking to the future, and we're thinking of Capitola being more pedestrian and bicycle friendly, that to encourage people to own bikes or do them, you need a safe place for them to store. It's a big problem with stolen bikes in this town that I don't think it's any inconvenience on the design of the structure, whether it's inside or outside, they provide a locker, or inside, that in multiples that we require one bicycle spot per residence.
Chuck?
On the lighter side, I predict that these bicycle lockers may not be used for bicycles, just like our garages, on the lighter side. But I'm definitely in support of you, Dennis, on this, after thinking about it.
One per.
Once you open it up to garages being possible, then it's a moot point. I'm fine with it, but anybody who builds anything or remodels anything, if they have a garage, there's a bicycle space there. I think what we're going to see is if we go with the carports, that means are we going to let them keep the bicycle underneath? Are we going to make them do an enclosure for it? It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. Let's give it one for one.
Stephanie?
How much of an issue is this, really? I mean, have we heard from people saying that they need this, they want this, or we need to design this? I mean, I've never heard this issue before. I've never heard this issue brought up before. So I'm not really sure that it is an issue, because as I said last time, I think people have a nice bike, they're going to put it in their house, or they're going to put it in their locked garage, because they know that you leave it outside, it could be stolen. So, I think bike lockers are a great idea. Not sure how they'd be used or how many of them we need. Haven't really heard from people with bicycles. I'd like to hear from some people.
I was going to speak, Ron, but you want to talk, come on up, because I think we need a little light shed on this topic, okay? And Nels, we'll just do this. If you have a question, raise your hand. Call you right up, okay? Thank you.
Okay. With regards to bicycles.
Sure.
I agree with partially what every one of you have said. Bicycles that are left out are going to be stolen. However, the idea of allowing space 2x6 in a garage, we don't even enforce the garage ordinances now with regards to putting a car in the garage. Most of them turn into another bedroom, as you're well aware of. I can name them. But I have neighbors next to me down between Dennis and I that have bikes. And if they were to put a bike locker in their yard, which is minuscule, they wouldn't be able to get the car off the street. I almost think this is a non-issue. I think bikes are best protected when they are in a locker or inside in any residential neighborhood. I think the enforcement of this is going to be onerous both on the resident that owns the bike and probably the property owner that rents to that resident. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have a concern. I was going back looking over the list of the items we've made changes on, and my concern is that we're going through this ordinance and things. I'm hoping that we're addressing items that are of concerns or problems in the city that we know are problems, and we're making those changes to make it better, rather than an idea that one person may have that they think is something that needs to change because they may not like it or they feel that it needs. With regards to this bicycle issue, you said lightly, Jacques, but I don't think it's lightly. I have a fear that if I put a space out there and I say it's one for every unit, which means it becomes ownership of that unit, or perception that it's ownership, it's going to become public storage for that unit, because people in this town don't have enough to store their things. And it's like, if that site's there, the intent that I want to believe is you're going to put a bike in there, but I don't believe it. I believe it's going to become storage. You're going to open it up, lock it, put your stuff in there, and that's it. When we do visitor parking, when we provide, in a group of homes, we say we need 3 visitor parkings per places. It's kind of presumed it's not somebody's parking place. It's for the complex to share. So I support the idea of putting these there so that they're shared, but I don't like the perception that they become ownership of some person. So for that reason, I'm not going to support one for every unit. I think that's a little aggressive. I said last time I would go for, I think 1 for 5 is what we were proposing. I would go up to 2 per every 5, which increases what the county's proposing by 300% or whatever. Okay, it's like they're not providing anything. So I think if we provided 2, that would be a better number. So that's my position. Jacques.
Okay, when you did research on Santa Cruz, did you get any feedback from their department, or you just looked online? I'm just curious what their experience has been.
I didn't get direct feedback about their experience.
Mm-hmm. How long has it been in force? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I didn't want to put you on the spot, but I thought it was good that you found out that a local community is doing this. I was just wondering what their experience was.
Dennis.
We're confusing the issue here. Remember, this is for new construction. This isn't going out and enforcing and telling everybody they have to put bicycle lockers.
I'm not confused.
New construction only.
I'm not confused.
Okay. Number one. Number two is that it's not difficult at all in new construction to design in a space so that is designated as a bicycle area. My God, we do it for cars. we design in a space, we say you'd have to have 20 feet clearance by 12, by 11 feet in width in a garage. We do it for cars. Why would we not want to do it for bicycles? There should be somewhere, and I'll tell you, if you have a 12 or 13-foot wide garage, you have room for a car and a bike next to it. The point is that you are designing and requiring that there be some kind of bicycle, safe bicycle space, be it what's in the garage, or you do an outside locker, or you do a closet area. Under stairs could even fit for that. The point is that you're asking the community to start looking at also having a bicycle and a safe place in our community. I think that's a great thing. I don't know why there should be any objection to this.
Right.
Just remember, we require garages as well, and people rarely fit their cars in them. So that's a specious argument. I think this is as much a statement about how we would like to fashion the community as it is a requirement for 2 by 6 feet, and there's nothing wrong with it, and it should be in there.
Mr. Mayor, forgive me, I guess I will make a little bit of a pitch for new construction to have some thought put into where people would store their bicycles. I do know, for example, the 38th Avenue project, I think, a lot of the vision behind the 38th Avenue project was that it was going to be a place that facilitated easy trips, right? People live close to all kinds of other uses, and, it seems to me that having some space, some thought in the design of the 38th Avenue project for where people would put their bikes rather than as an afterthought, it seems like it would be good planning in this day and age. So I'm sympathetic to the thought that at least during that planning process for new construction on multi-res or these condo projects, that there's some thought put into where the bikes should go.
Question?
Stephanie, go ahead.
You don't think people would park their bike in their garage?
We're allowing them to do that.
Right.
Yeah, I do. I do, in fact, think that they probably, in most cases, people would park their bike in the garage. But then what this ordinance, if you mimicked what Santa Cruz has, rather than the garage being 10 by 20, it would be 12 by 22, right? It would just be that little bit bigger so that there was room in there to put a car on a bicycle. So, or if that wasn't feasible, that there could be a bike locker, but just some thought during that design process to facilitate people to make it easier to have a bike rather than having to carry it up a couple stairs into their unit. So that's my 2 cents, but I understand that there's different perspectives.
Jacques.
So, especially what Dennis said, I absolutely think that for new construction, so the point that Ron brought up, we're probably not going to have that issue, but I really do think bike theft has become a scourge in this area right now. I mean, that's all I hear about is people losing their bikes. And so how many people don't buy bikes because they don't really have a place to store them at home? I mean, in my neighborhood, the scuttlebutt, through that little neighbor thing that's online is they see people walk into the neighborhood carrying pieces of bikes. It's that bad, and they use Monterey Park to store their bikes as they go out to steal some more. I mean, we're chasing them out, but now that we know who they are, but that's so prevalent that, this is probably going to help them.
I'd like to call a motion, and the motion actually mimics City of Santa Cruz's ordinance, allowing 2 foot by, what do they say, 2 foot by 12?
2 by
2 by
6.
6.
2 by 6 space somewhere within the project for bike storage,
Including garage.
including garage.
1 per unit for multifamily.
1 per unit.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion?
I think 1 per unit is too many. I don't think we're ever going to need that. So I would not support that. I would support something 1 per 5 units that we had talked about before, or 1 per 10 units, because I just don't see bicycles becoming that prevalent that we're going to need 1 per each unit.
John?
I take Stephanie's comment. I think it's a good one. But I think now with units, especially when we see the issue with parking, it's, there's more and more people coming into each unit from mobile homes to, regular units that are being built right now because housing is so expensive. So it's not just 1 person per unit. There could be 4, maybe 5 people in that unit. And to say that, I could easily see 1 person in that unit having a bike out of the multiple people that live in our units now.
Just from personal experience from the units next to me, I don't remember how many there are. There's probably 2 bicycles there, maybe 3, in 40 units or however many units there are. So it's not a huge issue, I don't think.
Just one more quick comment. Thinking about the size of our town and how much an actual possibility there is for new construction, how much of an impact this would really have on us is minimal. And the people that are getting their bikes stolen now are probably living in places where this would never help them. So I still have my fear over what these lockers are going to become in many ways. So I'm not going to support this other. But Brian, let's go ahead and call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Termini?
Aye.
Councilmember Bertrand?
Aye.
Councilmember Norton?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Harlan?
No?
Mayor Botorff?
No, that motion carries 3-2 with Harlan and Botorff dissenting. Takes us to Katie next.
Thank you. Okay, so next we are going to continue where we had stopped at Chapter 17.84, Historic Preservation. I had given a brief overview. This time I'll stop on each slide and let you discuss. It's set up, the slides are set up in the order of the chapter. So first, there's two types of historic resources in Capitola within the new code. One is designated historic resources. These are either on the national or state register, or they've been adopted by the city council. The second type of resource is a potentially historic resource, and this will be maintained on a list by the Community Development Department. And with that, we did discuss the fact that the Planning Commission had quite a long discussion about this potential historic list. It does exist today. It's a tool that we utilize when people come in and ask about a property. We always, one of the first things we do is check, is this or is it not on the list, so we can give them clear direction on the steps for a future application. If it's a designated historic resource, that's also on that list. It has a different classification, and we let them know that it's within a historic district or on the National Register. So with that, we'll later talk about how we maintain these on and off the list. So would it be helpful to get to that slide first, and then
Just for clarification, the item in blue on the left, we're talking about structures like the Six Sisters, the ones that obviously they're, oh, okay.
Yeah, so
That's a great slide, thank you.
Yeah, the
Okay.
ones on the left would be the Six Sisters. It would be anything that's within a historic district, such as our Riverview district. The Six Sisters is also tied to Lawn Way, so the Lawn Way properties would be included in that, and the Venetian.
Properties that are of no question, they're historic, and we treat them that way.
Yes, and then we have specific structures that have been designated so by the City Council, such as the superintendent building. I believe the wall on Cherry has been designated. So there's a list of about 12 different significant structures within Capitola, other than the ones that are on the state and national register. Okay. And then your potentially historic resource list is a list of, I'm sorry I did not get the number for you, but I would say between approximately 150 structures that are potentially historic. So if an application were to come in, the applicant would have the ability to have the city hire a historian to do a validation of whether or not it's historic before they proceed with an application.
Somebody has looked at that home and decided that it potentially could be historical.
Yes.
Mike, you had a question?
We're back where we were. Anything and everything in the town can be called historic at a moment's notice, and the owner who's getting ready to remodel it has no clue until he comes up here and somebody says it's potentially historic. We haven't done anything. Help me out here.
Well, I think we're going to get there.
Go to a previous slide, please. So on or eligible for, or potentially historic. I think that, again, this opens up all of Capitola with the exception of maybe the avenues and Cliffwood Heights. Anybody can have the rug jerked from under them after they've looked at a house and it's not on our list. They come to Arkansas site, and somebody goes, it's potentially historic, and it stops them cold, and they just went from a $50,000 entitlement fee to $100,000 entitlement fees. We're just not helping anybody, and I just think that we need to get a little more specific.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, what this does, and I'll let the community development director chime in here, is this codifies our existing process. Our existing process, what we've done over the years, has not been well codified in the code, and so it has frankly been more of an informal process that we go through. This at least puts in place what we've been doing over the years, which does have a weakness, which is that there is no certainty.
Yeah.
That certainty will only come with a comprehensive historic ordinance, which is beyond the scope of the zoning code update. And the Planning Commission, I think as the Community Development Director mentioned last time, has said should be the number one priority when the code is done. But what we're talking about today really is taking what we do and having a better basis for it.
What we've done is we've codified a broken system. I don't see how
Yeah.
that's good for us. I think if we want to do something, we can refer to the historic,
Inventory.
the historic inventory that is yet to be done. I mean, let's refer to what our next work product is in our zoning code. So even though it's not there yet, we should set out a process that's very specific, not necessarily what we're doing now, what we wish we could do. And then we can back into it.
Hey, we're going to let community development weigh in here.
Okay.
So I think I perfectly understand the frustration. It's not unique to Capitol. I think this is frustrating for a lot of residents in various jurisdictions throughout California, and it's all kind of rooted in CEQA, where you have to evaluate any project for historic significance. And the CEQA guidance is any structure over 50 years old should be evaluated. Many jurisdictions use that as a screening tool. You come in with a 1960 tract-style home, it's evaluated. Our system is much better than that, in my mind. We have at least narrowed the list down to 150, 200 properties that may be potentially historic because they're significantly older, have an architectural feature which is indicative of Capitola's era and the pre-war dates. But there's got to be some kind of screening criteria. And without that list, I'm not sure what we would do other than kind of expand the list of potential homes that have to be evaluated.
Can we just have that list? I mean, I would be okay if it said, if it exists on that list, then it's historic, period. But to say, if it exists on the list, or if it may be historic, what have we done to help them?
Just a quick question. I spent time yesterday with a local builder who has done quite a few historical homes in his house and got a little perspective from him, which was insightful. And what this comes down to is money. Okay, this is a money program because tell me the agency that we'd go to, the federal agency that regulates the historical homes.
National Park Service.
And the other one, what's the other one that they?
Department of
The Interior. The standards of the Department of Interior are, one, you can adopt their policy and use their homes, and the other is we create our own group of architects or people that will look at these homes and decide what's historical. But the problem, what I was told, and you can tell me if this is wrong, is that every one of these homes would have to be not drive-by, not the gang of people that went by last time, and I love the fact that they went by and speculated on what would be historical, but this is a serious evaluation to the tune of $2,000 or $3,000 per home to evaluate. And I think, and the city manager's going here, is if we created a program and allocated money to go have that done, we could have this list, which I know you would like, which would set all those potential homeowners free from guessing and wondering. The rub for me finds out is if we don't fund this program or this to happen, then we're not going to have that desired program we want. Am I anywhere close in the ballpark with that?
No, I think that's all true, and the other piece to it is a homeowner could refuse to participate in the program, say, we don't want an evaluation, thank you, keep your money city.
They don't have a choice. If we put any home on that 200 or 300 list, it's on that list. And if anything new happens to that home, we have to hold them to historic renovation. So it's not up to the homeowner whether they're on our list or not. If the city, and we have done this forever, if the city determines that a house is historic, then when they remodel it, they have to meet certain standards. I'm not asking for, a big expensive study. I just like something definitive so that when someone buys a home or someone wakes up one morning and says, it's time to add a bedroom, they know what they're going to come up against. They know what they're going to be dealing with.
So I think there's kind of,
I'm going to let Darren, he wants to make a comment. You might be able to address
I'm
both.
just going to add to Mike's question is that I'll put myself in the position. I come in for an application, and my experience is the first thing I looked at is the historic inventory. I want to know right before I even go in there. And so public has to know, if your picture's on that historic inventory and that address thing, that's the one that Carolyn Swift and Catherine Galtieri put together, okay? And tell me if I'm not wrong or right on that, is that that's your main guidelines to whether it becomes historic. So anybody whose house is on that list now will be required to do historic review. Is that correct, Rich? Okay. Now tell me where the exceptions to that rule are.
Oh. I actually have, for whether or not they need to do a
Historic review.
So if you were on as a potentially historic resource list, if you brought in an application that didn't require a design permit and it didn't require a variance or any type of permit that needs to go in front of the Planning Commission, you do not have to have that review done. You can have an addition, you can propose, say, a first-story addition off the back of the home that meets the code and doesn't have to go to Planning Commission.
Let me ask that a little differently. Is that are there houses out there that are historic that are not on the historic inventory?
I would hope there would be no.
Well, then that answers our question,
yeah.
Mike. You have a guiding document. If you're on that list, you know the process. If you're not on the list, you have to worry about it. Is that
I
true?
agree, and that's why I left here very happy Thursday night, because it seemed like we had a good solid way to determine this if we left it at that. Then if anybody wants to launch a CEQA challenge, that's fine. That's above and beyond. But I think if we just refer to our list and stick with it, I think we're good.
So how do we put that into our ordinance that states that to a potential applicant that right from the start, it says if your residence is on the historic list inventory created this date here, it will require historic review under these circumstances. Okay, and then if your house is not on that, there at this point is no historic review requirement. That's a real clear definition.
That's how this is drafted.
That is okay.
Yep.
Well, then that works then.
It does. I was just thrown by the concept of, or if it has potential historic value. I think that doesn't have a place in here.
So
Too soft.
I think the confusion is this intersection with state law. So I think everything that the planners have said is exactly correct, and the way Dennis summarized it is exactly correct. But I think under state law, if during the entitlement process for a home that's not on our list, a historian walks in and says, I've completed a review of this building and you've missed it and it needs to be evaluated under CEQA, that's the one rub.
That's a CEQA challenge, though.
Right.
And that can live out. We don't need to enumerate in every section of our zoning code that people are able to, challenge.
And I think that's just the effort of transparency, as staff is calling it. That is a third path that's out there that we really can't control, and will be there regardless of what process we lay down.
I just think that opens it up to the what we've seen for years and years is someone on Arkin site throwing up a flare and it stops a project cold. That's not a CEQA challenge. That's a personal opinion. I want to take the personal opinion out of it.
Dennis.
This has always been really tough for planning to administer. Do you feel that this method we've set up here, the defined book of where we go and make a decision, is that a much easier process for you to administer now?
I think it's the same. I think the city manager mentioned, I think we're just trying to codify longstanding practice that we currently use.
And I'd chime in that
I also want to tighten it up so that it's very clearly defined. But by the same token, I'm not trying to make it carte blanche for somebody who's not on the list. I would, what Katie just said about if someone does a rear yard addition, if that's on the historic list, I think a rear yard addition still needs to go through the Planning Commission. Because if it's on the list, rear yard or not, certain historic standards need to be held to.
Yeah, I think I would distinguish that if the work is really minor, it can be clearly seen that it's not going to modify a potentially historic structure, we let it go with a building permit. If it's something that is more significant, staff through the ordinance does have the ability to require a design permit, and CEQA kicks in.
Yeah.
You kind of fall out of the CEQA exemption if it's potentially historic, so.
And I'll add to that Dennis's previous question was specifically when you wouldn't need a permit. If it was a designated historic resource, such as the Six Sisters or a Lawnway property or Riverview, it would require a historian to review it for consistency with the Secretary of Interior standards and for CEQA exemption, and then also it would require Planning Commission review and could be appealed to the City Council. So the only ones that could go forth without a review would be the potentially historic resource list if it didn't require any other type of permit to be reviewed by Planning Commission.
So, I don't have any documents in front of me. This is, we're discussing this here. How did the Planning Commission end up landing on this?
This was their direction to codify our existing process, and the first draft we brought them, they did great red lines to make it much just in simple the terminology changed to use just simple planning terms rather than typical historic preservation terminology that can be confusing. So they went through and tried to make it easier to understand, but really this is just codifying the process we utilize today.
The existing process?
Yep.
I think this is easy for the applicant to understand, but I think we just got to make it clear the importance of the historic inventory. That has to be a really important document in this, so people know right away that that's where they need to go.
John?
I agree with Dennis on realizing the importance of that inventory. Not having been here when, this inventory was put together, and, based on my hearing the mayor's comments that, drive-by inspection, I have no idea, how thorough that was. I realize that Catherine Gaultier is recognized nationally in terms of historic preservation, and I know that. She's very active here and now in Monterey, or Carmel, rather. So my question to staff is, do we really have a high degree of confidence that we've captured historic buildings in this town to the 100% level, or the 95% level? I also know that buildings do get changed, they put in permits for this and that. Maybe they've taken off attributes of the building that, make it stand out as, historic, like some filigree stuff that, they found, maybe termite infested, and so they took it away because it was a problem. But, that might say to a drive-by person, hey, this is potentially a historic building. So I don't know how clear that process was defined. I don't know how complete that process was, and I don't know if it really gets to all the significant historic buildings in this town.
Well, we can have someone go through the list and update it and take a look at it and see, and take a look at the rest of the town and see if there's some obvious buildings that we should add. Because Catherine and Carolyn probably could add to that, or some other people could do a little work on that. So that's something that we could add to our work list, to have them or someone review that list, update it, see if there's anything else they want to add, because they probably have thought of a couple others that maybe they forgot to add.
If I remember correctly, both of them did it for free. This was like an independent study. But we've accepted that document over the years as a starting point. But I agree, Stephanie, there's no reason that it couldn't ask them to do an inventory. Catherine's in town more now. She's actually living here, so they're local. So it is a consideration.
Chuck?
So, I like what Mike is saying. When a person comes to this town, they buy a house, or when a person has a house and they want to do some work on it, something like that, they should know. And I don't want someone coming out of the blue saying that this is potentially historic. So I agree with Stephanie that, the improvements that you propose and the city plan has gone over, I completely agree with. But I think we should also make some effort to make sure, from a city standpoint, not just from the volunteer standpoint, even though they're well qualified, that it actually is inclusive.
If I look around the room here, Ron's house, Nels's house, my house, Stephanie's house are all under CEQA designated as potentially historic. There's got to be a defined cutting point between what could be considered or not. And I know the federal government actually leaves that window open for us. So I think it's always going to be a bit of a problem, because somebody could challenge it at any time.
Ron, did you have a question? Did you raise your hand up?
I just have some comments.
Come on up, come on up.
Thank you. I just think that everybody in the community is interested in historical preservation. I was on the council when the list was created by Galtieri and Carolyn Swift. The list is what you really should have before you today, so you can make an objective decision. Because my recollection of things on the list that I would not call truly historic, there was a tree up on the corner of Oakland and El Salto that was on the list, and the people wanted to remodel their home on that corner, and they had to come in and get an exemption from the list. Other things that were on the list, you're right, the wall on Cherry Avenue. If somebody behind that wall wanted to remodel their home, because the wall halls is historic, doesn't make the building historic. The house I live in is over 50 years old. I don't think it's historic, and it's been changed significantly since when my grandfather bought it.
But the guy inside of it is historic.
Yeah.
Okay, come on.
I'm not quite that old yet. When I get to be 100, I'll be historic, okay? But I think the list is the important thing here. You guys can banty around what you want. We all want historical preservation. We don't want to be onerous to those that would like to do something with the historical buildings, yet we want to keep the historical flavor that exists in those structures. I have a hard time when trees and walls are on the list, and I know they're there. Had no trouble with the Castro House up on 919 Capitola Avenue, the Six Sisters. Dennis, I can't think of, other than the windmill, historic house on Riverview anymore, because they've kind of all been remodeled at some time since the city was founded in 1949. I would certainly suggest to you the house that's up on blocks right now across the street from me had a very historical significance, and I think it still will after the remodel. The doctor that owns it didn't think it was onerous to do that, but I think you need a list so that people are aware, and people that buy and people that want to build know about it beforehand. I think you can make the ordinance that simple. Thank you.
Anybody else from the public want to comment? Mike?
No, Ron touched on it. It's good. Thank you.
Just one quick thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't think anybody in this room has the expertise to determine historic or not historic. So we have to rely on a document we have that is a living document. To update it, as Stephanie suggests, is a good idea. To have them look at it. But I think we have to from day one here start out with that document as our lead document.
Just a question. I gave the extreme of having, I love the fact that Carolyn and Catherine took their time and donated it to go create this list, because without it, we'd have nothing. I don't know that we may be able to get them to do that again. They may not be interested in volunteering their time to do that again. The other option is to go pay thousands of dollars to have each home evaluated, which I don't think anybody's in support of, and I do agree with Dennis that we should not be making a decision about what's historic. Ron's point's well taken. I think, I'm, as Stephanie said, we should redo the list, but I'm thinking there may be some homes that don't need to be on that list, also. Okay, so I think that's important. I don't know, what's our mechanism to update that list?
So, just to step back a little bit, as we talked about at the last meeting, I think the city manager pointed out today, the Planning Commission has suggested that it would be their top priority for staff after the zoning code's done to do a comprehensive historic preservation ordinance or program, whatever that is. And updating the list would certainly be a significant component of that. If the city is serious about doing a program, I think that my suggestion would be we do it at the same time, not piecemeal something where we update a list and then we wait a while and then start looking at an ordinance to enforce and maybe come up with our own historic standards so we can depart a little bit from the federal Department of Interior standards. It would take some time. I think whether we had volunteers do it, we could also pay a consultant to do a windshield type survey that isn't quite as expensive or as time consuming as doing a full comprehensive analysis. But it would take time, and if it would delay the zoning code by, I'm guessing, at least a few months if we said we need this list done and part of the code before we adopt.
No, I don't think we need to delay the code. I think we just need to refer to that list and update it after. We have a relatively comprehensive list now. We can always keep updating it. Let's just make the code specific to that list.
Yeah, I don't think we're asking to do that. I think pretty much what I hear up here in consensus is we like it the way it is. We're willing to accept what we have. I think the note I want to mention to the city manager is this something maybe you could include in next year's budget is some funding to, or proposal to fund to have this windshield consultant be involved in this list, barring the fact that we couldn't get those two people to reevaluate. But I'm thinking maybe just outside eyes looking at the list they have might be better.
You are opening Pandora's box to bring somebody from the outside to the historic inventory.
That was a suggestion. That was not. That
They can take it to any level, and what they're going to do, they're going to do cover their butt thing.
Just
I
as-
say, go to Catherine and our people who put it together and say, is this list correct today? Remember that everything that's on that list is going to go through a historic review anyway. So in other words, if it doesn't belong on there, they'll come out and they'll say it's not historic. They can come out and say
Our
that.
museum
So,
director, I mean,
Yeah.
Jacques had a question?
Okay, so I went on I attended the presentation that the city sponsored, where we talked about historic preservation. The quality of the presentation was great, but out of that came a couple of examples of how we could proceed in terms of having an organization, there was about 2 or 3 options, and I think at some point in the future, we should, bring that back and have that public discussion. And I agree with Mike, we just need to have the list there so that there is something that public can refer to. And I certainly like the fact that city planning and our staff has come up with a more streamlined procedure that's recognizing what we actually do. So I support the proposal as is.
So can I say that the consensus is we support Planning Commission's recommendation on this?
Yes.
Is there any other comments you want to add in? Ben, you?
Yes, I
please.
think Rich is pulling something up. One thing we wanted to bring to your attention was on page 84-2, where it references the potential historic resources and defines what that is.
Can you project that?
We're working on that right now. And so one of the red lines from the Planning Commission actually was to strike the reference to the specific 2005 list. And based on the
Time out. Do you not have this section?
I don't have this.
I don't have this section. So whoever has this section.
I have this section.
Well, that's why I'm sitting here with a look on my face.
These were in your packet that,
2 of us don't have it, is what I'm telling you right now, okay?
You received the updated entries, right? Were they part of the
in
part of the
the updated,
updated
yeah.
envelope?
these were distributed at a recent city council
At the
meeting.
last city council meeting, yeah, and I pulled the old section out and put the new section in.
I'm just confirming that the reason that Jock and I are looking up here like we're not following what's going on is we don't have those in front of us. You got it. And I'm the only one.
You want to look at mine, Ed?
No, I'm going to,
We'll pull it up on the screen.
no, it's okay. I go with
Page
it.
84.
Just was trying to find out as long as you've got it, I'm happy. Okay?
No, it's the same.
Okay.
What section you referring?
Ben, go ahead at where you were.
Page
Okay.
84-2 on the top of the page, where it defines potential historic resources. One of the specific edits from the Planning Commission was to strike the reference to the 2005 City of Capitola Historic Structures list. And based on the comments so far, it sounds like the council would like to retain a specific reference to that document as it's amended over time.
I don't think so, because what you've done is you've just taken out off that specific list, but you still referred to it, because right now that list is the planning department's historic list. What we've done is we've eliminated that list as the be-all and do-all of historic lists, and just the most current historic list maintained by planning.
Yes, that's exactly what occurred in that change.
That's totally rational.
But there's more than one document.
Micah, so you agree?
Shouldn't be.
There's historic resources inventory, and there's the historic resources. What's the other one? What's the other? Huh?
Context.
The context statement. Is that not? That's not referred to. What we're doing. We're just talking about the inventory.
What this does is, if in the future, if the next step is that you do want the list to be reevaluated, it can still be called the potential historic resource list. So currently, we do have the 2005 list, which is a list of historic properties, and that's what we'll utilize at this point. But as items come off of that list because they're determined not to be historic, we'll maintain that within the department. And that can go within a citywide study, or it can be one by one as they come in.
I guess I can narrow down my concern to one paragraph, and that is at types of historic resources, page 84-1, designated historic resources, okay, are of two types. The designated historic resource, which is the famous list we're talking about, and potential historic resources, which opens the door to just about anything.
The potential historic structures are the ones that are on that list.
That was the list we just looked at.
Designated are things the city council has designated are historic districts, Lawn Way, Six Sisters, Riverview.
Which still are on the list.
They are. The list includes designated and potential.
Right, so why aren't we just, what I'm saying is I'm trying to get very specific, and that I'm worried about,
I think I see the fix. So on that first, the paragraph, the zoning code establishes two types of historic resources, designated historic resources and we should add back properties included in the, and then potentially historic resource list.
which are two of
So
the
that
same.
so it's not just potentially historic resources, it's referencing the potentially historic resource
He's
list.
going back to the specific list
Yep.
from the previous
Is that-
page.
Would that be
That's
the
what's,
correction?
right, so if it's a potential historic resource, I just want to eliminate the concept of something that lies outside the list, but may be potentially historic.
And that's a good point.
Okay.
So we're going to go back to, so that second, we'll say potential historic, we'll refer to the list we had on the previous page, 84 dash, whatever it was. Katie, is that what you're doing? Two.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And that would make sense, be consistent. Question, come on up.
Oh, good.
We finally got somebody up here, okay, good.
Really?
And you have to tell us your first name because we want to know who you are.
My first name is Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
Late last night, I discovered a property I own is on the potential historic list.
Congratulations.
It's worth more now.
Yeah.
And it really shouldn't be.
Okay.
It was substantially remodeled 25 years ago. So could this potentially be a problem if I want to do something with this property within the next near future?
Let's let staff answer that. Yeah, okay. It's Katie.
Okay, so if you said there has been many changes taken place in the past 25 years. When you would bring in an application, we would take a look at the home, and it depends on what you'd like to do to the structure. So that's the first thing we'd look at. If it was a minor modification off the back, it would not require, as long as it's not on our our designated historic resources and it's just potential. First, it depends on what you're proposing to do. If you're proposing to do a tear down, we would have a historic study done and evaluate the property to ensure that it's not a historic resource.
So that's the worst-case scenario
The worst-case
is
scenario.
the additional cost of having the historic study.
Correct.
Worst case. Best case is go do it,
Well, effectively, the building was rebuilt 25 years ago.
And if that's the case and we looked at the building record and it's been completely rebuilt and there's no signs of the original structure, we would take it off the
Well,
list.
there is one wall.
Yeah, we would
Oh,
likely
okay.
take it off the list.
Would you say there were significant changes to the outside of the structure?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm just wondering, for someone else, the many other people that have reconstructed.
And that's kind of why we're kind of leaning towards, we're going to probably, most likely, I would feel, adopt what is existing, but there's this proposal in there to go back and reevaluate these homes to find out if they still apply. That's a sense of what I have we're talking about up here, so.
I understand that too, but I'm just concerned if someone wants to do something in the interim.
Right. And that's Councilman Sherman's concern also about people being blindsided with,
We want everybody to know, best case, worst case, you're on the list. We're worried about people who don't even appear on that list, but a little red flag is raised, and all of a sudden they're down the rabbit hole.
we believe we're thinking like you are. Okay, I hope so. Okay. Thank you for your comments, appreciate it. Stephanie?
Maybe we could give him a copy of one of our previous applications when someone came in and they had to do an historical evaluation, so he can see what that looks like, where they look at it. And it's very, very interesting because it does go into the history of the house, and then the person works with staff to see what can be done to preserve the historical elements if they're deemed to be significant. If they're not deemed to be significant, then we let people do more. So it's
You know where I am, so you're welcome to stop
I was just
by
going to
anytime.
suggest, Chris, if you would come and talk with Katie, she might be able to shed a little bit more immediate light.
I've seen her twice, I think, this past 10 days.
Oh, okay, good,
Yeah, yeah.
good.
Chris,
Well, then
Chris, go to the planning commission agenda for this meeting coming up Thursday night, and there's 2 historic reports in there, and you can see how they were evaluated.
Yeah.
You can see 2 projects that are in process,
There's counter copies upstairs in the office you can take a look at if you want to.
and they're available online now, too, so.
Okay, so did we do the fix, and
We
is the
did the
fix
fix.
acceptable with everyone here? And are we in now consensus with the proposal?
Yes.
I believe we can move on.
Okay, so Rich, if you can pull back aside. So we'll move on to the next chapter, Incentives for Community Benefits, Chapter 17.88,
What page is that, Katie?
88-1.
Okay.
Okay, so incentives for community benefits. This is a new chapter, and this is based on the direction of the general plan that was recently adopted, in that there's a couple properties in town in which the desire was to allow a little more development as long as there's community benefits included in the outcome of the project. So the properties that would be eligible for these incentives are properties fronting 41st Avenue in Capitola Road intersection and the Capitola Mall site, and also the Central Village Theater site. Some of the incentives for community benefits would include public open space, or some of the community benefits, public open space, public infrastructure, pedestrian and bicycle facilities, transportation options, historic preservation, public parking, green building, public art. And then for 41st Avenue, a couple additional incentives that were called out specifically for that area is the Capitola Mall, creating a block pattern, surface parking lot redevelopment at the mall, a transit center, and affordable housing. So how does this work? We'll look at what are the current development standards today, the CC and CR zone, that's your commercial zoning along 41st. And I'll remind you, CC is south of Capitola Road, and CR is the regional commercial is north of Capitola Road. The floor area ratio in the CC is at 1. In the regional commercial, it's at 1.5. Both areas, there's a maximum height limit of 40 feet. Under the available incentives, the maximum floor area ratio could go up to 2 in both the CC and CR, and the height could go up to a maximum of 50. The current code does allow projects to go beyond the maximum height, and there was not previously a specific max height that, it could go beyond the 40-foot height limit, but there was never a max included in the code, so by bringing in this 50-foot, it sets, you can get an additional 10 feet. Anything beyond that would need a variance. So that was all around 41st Avenue corridor. The development standards in the Central Village, currently there's a floor area ratio of 2 and a height limit of 27 feet in the village. The available incentives in the village are to increase the floor area ratio to 3, and the max height would be, I put below the bluff, it's much more explicative in the ordinance and also in the general plan of exactly what you would want to see greenery along the bluff, and it talks about stepping, and but it would be below the bluff would be the actual height. We talked about with the Planning Commission whether or not we wanted to include a specific height based on a survey, so a specific elevation, and that really it's a qualitative determination at the end and making sure that the bluff top is still visible. And so that is how it works, and there's a lot of review findings that must be made in order to get one of these, to get the incentivized. So the list of findings was fine-tuned with the Planning Commission as well. So I'll take comments at this time or questions.
Dennis?
Katie, I'm a little confused by the Capitola Road intersection. Actually, there's a space in our general plan where we're going to allow a higher density development all the way from, it should be defined, for instance, from Bank of America to the Target parking lot. It's not just the intersection there. So does that apply here, or does that not apply here? I'm talking about the area between the Target parking lot and Bank of America. Is that whole stretch there, or is it just, the intersection is already taken? So what's the defined?
So it's not defined really well in the general plan, but the way I interpret it is that it would include the entire mall block, and it would also include the Whole Food Center, that, the length of kind of that development, and then, the gas stations on the other side.
Is there a way we can clarify this then? Because if I was reading this, I would think it applies only to the intersection area, and it really goes longer than the intersection.
Yes, I think, clarification in the general plan, if we want to go there, would probably also be a good idea. One of the things we'll be doing once we wrap up, or get close to wrapping up the zoning code, is bring in some amendments to the general plan to make sure that everything is, jives between the zoning code and general plan, and that would be an opportunity to do that.
Okay, because it uses this intersection term 5 or 6 times through this document. On the height below the bluff for the Capitola Theater property, without exception, every time in a public discussion that we've discussed the potential for the theater, there's always been that 10-foot below the bluff. That figure is always kind of embedded. And I know if you say that the height of the bluff is 63, it may be 62 down at the other end, but it's always been said in discussion of this hotel that it should be at least 10 feet below the top of the bluff, and that's something that even
I've never heard about 10 feet. I've heard below the bluff.
Below the bluff.
We want to see the greenery, but
there's
from
no,
what perspective?
I've never heard 10 feet.
Just a question. The process they do a lot in Monterey, where they build the nets or the sticks and they prototype of anything, and I know there's a name for that.
Flag it.
Flagging, is that what it's called?
Story poles, yeah, sure.
And I know we don't have that, and I would think that that's probably in that site, that's something that should be required, so that, I don't remember the 10, but I think that prior to any building on that site, it would be great to have it flagged to see if, whether it was 8 feet or 7 feet or 12 feet below the bluff. But that's, I would propose flagging as a better solution.
I'm okay with that. The point is that in the document, it actually states that as viewed from the pier. So if you take an angle of incidence, you're going to be 10 feet below the top of the bluff.
Yeah.
So,
But it's not listed specifically. I mean, 10 feet below the bluff brings that hotel down to 30 feet. It's depending on if you're at sea level.
I think a lot depends on the final architecture of that and how it's laid out, and where, if it's closer to the bluff and farther. My recollection is if it was higher, closer to the bluff, but lower away, and there was some kind of window through for El Camino Media, that was what was desired. But I think if we imposed a flagging procedure, we would definitely be able to look and say, okay, this works or this doesn't work.
Yeah, so the general plan talked about it qualitatively, that you're going to, the building is going to be below the bluff, and that green space there would be visible both from the wharf and looking down and from Cliff Drive, or Cliff Avenue. The flagging, I think we could certainly put a requirement in there. It's probably a good suggestion. Typically, that's used when something comes in that's over height. If something meets the height requirements, we typically don't require netting or story poles. But for this project,
I'm not making an ordinance for the town. I'm just saying on that specific site, flagging would probably be.
I think that's a good suggestion.
I can't imagine that not happening for that project.
It would be nice for us to say that, though, so everybody knows that our intent is to have that well advertised.
There is, on page 88-4, applicable submittal and review, we could add flagging, if you'd like, if a height exception is requested.
Is everybody okay with flagging on the theater site only?
Absolutely.
Okay.
No, not only.
Oh,
no.
We have the ability to do that on any project, I think, that we have.
We have the ability, but I think making it a specific requirement of this project is a good idea.
That's what I'm doing. I'm just requiring it on this project. Yeah. Doc, question?
Yeah, a couple questions. On 88-1, it refers to figure 17.8-1. Where's that figure? I can't find it.
I actually have a note that we need to edit that and remove that reference, because there's no
Remove the
figure.
reference. Okay, so there's no figure. Okay. Okay, so on 88-3, it was stricken, number 9. Seems to me job creation is a good thing that should be included as a benefit, an allowable benefit. So I was wondering what the city planning's thoughts on that were and why we shouldn't disagree or why we should agree.
We included that in the original draft. I think the Planning Commission's comment was, any kind of commercial business is going to add some level of jobs, so that standard to them wasn't very meaningful.
It's supposing it's a significant increase, and, so it's a little bit more than the fact that they're doing a business. Just worth considering if anyone on the board feels otherwise. What's the other one I had? My recollection, following up on Dennis's comments, is that when we were and Ed, you could chime in too, when we were talking about the corner or that whole area along Capitola Road where it intersects 41st, we were thinking that whole area as a potential area of a commercial development. And there was some discussion about doing B&Bs as we got closer to the central village and stuff like that. So it was ill-defined, how far down it would go. But one of the things that was driving the discussion is we wanted to make a connection between the Esplanade and, the central core of Capitola Village and, the 41st. So we were realizing that it's sort of a no person's land. I mean, you don't feel like you want to walk back and forth. So development was partially driven by the fact that we wanted to create things or make the possibility that things would be there that would make it a good place interest-wise and a place that would be amenable to people walking back and forth. And that would include some degree of commercial development. It hadn't been specified what it would be. I might like to add in that, across from Takahara and, down the street from Goodyear, that whole area there is the 2 Chinese restaurants, et cetera, is prime location for economic development. So, I think we should definitely include that area too. That's going to invigorate that whole corner, and that was my whole point when we brought up the discussion about the 38th Avenue project, redoing the freight and salvage. Putting housing there in an area at that intersection where Capitola just has a prime location for economic development, to me was a bad decision, but that's my point. That was in the past at this point. So, if the mall is thinking about what it can do along 41st and what it can do, having an example of an area that's already starting to, pick itself up is a really good thing. So I would like to have a little more specificity about 41st and Capitola Road and include the idea that there's potential for economic development along that line. And since Ben was our consultant during the general planning process, refer back to our earlier discussion, and I think you'll find that we thought of that whole area as a place for economic development. The only thing we weren't specific about was as you go down Capitola Road towards the village. People didn't want to see that in a big commercial development, but we did want to see it as a place so that it's more of a compatible place for people in terms of walkability. So, we didn't want to see businesses, banks, and stuff like that, but we did want to see something that was compatible to the neighborhood so people felt, it's a great place to walk by, and it connects the 2 areas of commercial area in Capitola.
Dennis?
Is the area that Josh is speaking of, is that all in the CC zone?
The area north of Capitola Road is regional commercial, south Capitola Road is community commercial. So those areas are all commercial zone. The only distinction is that the general plan provided the increased floor area ratio, a potential for increased height in the regional commercial district north Capitola Road, and then at that intersection. So we talk about like the Goodyear shop, the Chinese restaurants, they could develop as commercial. They just wouldn't be able to enjoy the additional floor area ratio and height that those other properties have an allowance for.
Correct.
So does that fit in with what the board would like? To me, I think that's a great potential for Capitola. And part of the discussion, people talk about what's going on down at Pleasure Point. So it's not intense, like some of the vignettes that we saw were like 3-story buildings at the corner of 41st and Capitola Road. I think we nixed that. I don't think we like that projection for the future. But we did like the idea that it became a vibrant area. People would come there. You know, we're trying to deal with the fact that, you know, Pleasure Point down there is doing, and Portola is doing so well. Why can't we do something also at our end of the road, 41st?
I'll just weigh in. I'm okay with the way the separation CCCR. If we're going to allow 50 feet potentially in the mall, I'm fine with that, and that confines, and it would be specific. I think if the CR allowing whatever's on that side, I mean, potentially, I feel more encouraged that there's going to be development in the mall than there ever will be where the Chinese restaurants are. And I agree with Jock. I didn't support that housing tract because I thought there was potential, but I'm not ready to change that classification over there to allow those benefits. I think it's fine the way it is with this in the CC zone, because my idea of the planning is that property should transist as they go into the neighborhood, and somewhere along that line, if we just allowed that to extend, it's I think if it became commercial and it followed the regular CC restrictions, and I thought we were very forgiving when we did the senior center in there, allowing for projects, but to make that have the benefits of the CR mall, I don't think I could support that.
So, I think we can resolve all of our issues right here with just a different definition of what Capitola Road is. And if it goes just to CC zone, then that's a clearer definition, I think.
I'm sorry.
Okay. That
CR to CC?
Yeah. Well, what happens is Capitola Road, as written here, it says intersection. That's not a clear definition of the area we're talking about. If you could find a wording that clarifies what area we're talking about, and my suggestion was just applies to the CC zone. Is that correct?
CR zone.
CR zone, excuse me, CR zone, yeah.
You don't want CC?
Yeah, so,
Above.
and that's exactly what both of them were saying here, so.
I'm not sure. My interpretation is north of Capitola Road is CR and south of Capitola Road is CC, and that's what I'm fine with.
Correct.
And I'm not sure if you were trying to include
North
south
is
of
up towards Target.
Whole Foods and the mall is CR, the Chevron station and Chinese restaurants is CC.
Okay.
And Dennis just wanted to define how far the CC went, and I think the CR, I'm sorry, on the north side, Whole Foods, it went to the Whole Foods boundary, and at that point, the CR stopped.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought you were asking for, and
But then we have the plaza across the street, and,
that's a transition zone for me. I mean, you're starting to head towards neighborhoods and homes, and I don't think we need to build that wall there. I think intensifying, in my mind, intensifying the Whole Foods and CVS and that plaza with the mall is the extent that we would ever want to go with.
You know what happens here is that the use of the mall in the perimeter reverses. In other words, if you want to achieve what they did on Lower 41st Avenue, you can achieve that by the reverse of these buildings. In other words, they look the commercial strips along this outside, because you're parking on the back side of them and you're using it from that side. Make that the vibrant area. It doesn't have to be the street side. You could never make the street side on Upper 41st Avenue like Lower 41st, because the road's too wide.
Yes.
Absolutely.
But you can do that on the inside as you reverse that commercial there. So
And that's up to a mall plan, and that's why I'm open to, give them give them the ability to bring a great design plan, and that's all we want to do is give them that ability.
Okay.
And obviously, the planning commission, the public, everybody's going to weigh in on that plan.
Okay.
what's going to happen is when the mall plan happens, other areas will propagate out.
Certainly. Steph, you had a comment?
Well, I just think we need to be very cautious about this, because I can see it coming back to us if we're not careful with some vague language. I have one typo just on the first page on 88-1, in that first paragraph of the purpose. Just that, that's the new underlined red sentence. These incentives are intended to facilitate the redevelopment of underutilized properties along 41st Avenue, consistent with the vision for the corridor described in the general plan, and to encourage, probably cross out high,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a model.
the development of a new hotel in the village. At the bottom of that page also, for setback requirements on 41st Avenue, I know we talked about not having buildings too close to the homes back behind McDonald's. And so that's where we got to that 100 feet from the property line. Are there other boundaries there that we should also look at? Are there other areas on the east side of 41st Avenue that abut homes? I mean, there are. There's the whole Dean's Lane, there's the Brown Ranch, if, God forbid, if there was a fire and Brown Ranch burned down, I don't know how close they are to the homes, but we should at least try to be consistent, or at least look at that before we finalize it. Maybe if you want to come back and bring that back to us, we could take a look at that, just to make sure that it's consistent all along there, wherever we need to.
Just to be clear, it would not be applicable to Brown Ranch.
Well, as written, but do we want it to? That's my point.
I wouldn't want any intensification on the other side of Clares Avenue.
So that does make a nice barrier, transition to
Clares
to go
protects all those neighborhoods.
So you could have higher density at the mall, then you would have your regular regional commercial at Brown Ranch, and then it transitions to the residential behind it.
And Clares is a great divide. Clares protects all those homes.
No, I'm not talking about Clares. I'm talking about the back of the developments where there are homes. There's homes behind Bay Federal Credit Union.
What I'm saying is, if you use Clares as your boundary,
Yeah.
nothing beyond that can be intensified.
And that's currently how it's written.
And that's a protection.
Browns
That's-
could,
Brown can't be
Brown Ranch
intensified.
cannot be
Brown cannot be,
intensified.
no. If Clares, if we say that Clares is that barrier, and
Okay.
nothing on the other side of that can be intensified, that protects all those neighborhoods.
Okay.
And that, I would definitely not support anything on the other
Yeah.
side of that.
Okay.
Are we okay with that interpretation? Go ahead, John.
Did you have another comment, Steph?
Yeah, but do you want to go?
No,
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
okay, that's
I
right. No.
say finish.
Oh, no, I have a list.
Go, no,
Eighty-
then you got it. You keep going.
Okay, 88.2 on allowable benefits. City may grant incentives to all eligible products as indemnified in the section that provide one or more of the following community benefits. The public benefit provided shall be of sufficient value as determined by the Planning Commission to justify deviation from the standards of the zoning district that currently apply to the property. So we have to really consider these carefully. Okay, if they're going to provide some significant public open space and plazas, yes. Public infrastructure, yes. Pedestrian bicycle facilities, transportation, historic resources, public parking. Would we give them more because because the theater is going to provide a public parking structure? Wouldn't they have to anyway because they need it for their parking requirement? Why would we give them extra for a parking structure unless they're going to provide more in the parking structure for the public? But I can't imagine them doing that and figuring that into their business plan to provide a 200-space parking structure if they only need 80 parking places. And they're just going to throw that in for an extra floor of space.
This is just saying if they want to do more, we're going to support it.
So you're wondering what benefits could they get out of it?
I think, I can't imagine this happening. I can't imagine that if someone wanted to build a hotel down there, they would have to provide parking, period. Let them figure that out where they're going to do it, and where they're going to do it, and how they're going to do it.
This is in excess.
This is in
This is
excess.
an
above
excess.
that.
Right.
This is like if somebody wants to give us more, we're not going to get in their way.
This is your dreamy list.
This is a dream.
This is if they decide to build
love
a
this.
parking structure in the back parking lot and they're going to fund it and they're going to have this great shuttle system, this is the dream list.
They're going to say, you only think we need 50 places, we want 100, so we're going to pay for an additional 50. This is a dream.
I think you're dreaming if you think it's going to happen.
right.
I mean, after going through all the development that we did on 41st Avenue with all of those individual developers, big developers and small developers, they don't throw in stuff like this.
This just gives them a provision to do that
I know,
if they want
I know.
it.
Well, I
Like
think
Katie
it's-
said, they may not do this, but if they wanted to, we would
Okay.
accept it.
Well, I think it's nuts, but
The other thing I would point out is, you think of your typical hotel project, they normally provide private parking on site for exclusive use of their residents or their visitors. The project that we've always talked about with a village hotel is that they're not, at least by this council's desire, going to put all parking privately provided on site, that it would be up here somewhere and that that financing could help the city develop more public parking. And that would be a benefit to the city that would allow us to approve a project with these development incentives.
That's a good point. If someone wanted to help us build a bigger parking garage here, we could give them incentives within their own project. That's a good trade-off.
Well, I think that's why it was called a dream, okay? Because if they were willing to do this, we would open arms accept it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, Stephanie, but if somebody says, look, this is what we're willing to do, if you give us X for Y, we can at least look at it.
Right.
Yes, John?
Okay, so,
Well, I had a couple others.
Oh,
sorry.
sorry,
Sorry, that's all
Stephanie,
right.
I keep cutting you off, I'm
That's
sorry.
all right, that's
No,
all
I
right.
want to let Stephanie finish.
On the,
okay?
just a couple
No, go
other
ahead.
comments. On page 88.3, in the available incentives to increase the maximum permitted floor area ratio to 2.0 and maximum permitted building height to 50 feet, I would really like to see some slides with photos to see what that's going to look like before we make before we, it's hard to imagine that. And so I'd really like to see some examples of what that would mean before we vote on it. And then it says for the Village Hotel to increase in the maximum permitted floor area ratio to 3.0. I'd like to also see slides and some pictures to see how that would work in there.
That would stop this process, Stephanie, if you're asking that.
No, I just want to see see some pictures and review of
It
this.
would take hours to put something like that together. It's not a small thing to do that. And remember, every bit of this has to go through the Planning Commission and the City Council.
That's right, but it's kind of.
So we have preview regardless of what it is. We don't have to allow it.
No, I know, but it's hard to know what we want to allow, what we don't want to allow, until I think we see some pictures of what it's going to look like on site, what the difference would be.
We're not allowing it, we're saying it has a potential.
Right.
But it has to come through with those details at the time of application.
But I'd like to see more of what that would look like before we put it in here, because maybe I don't want to see it. Maybe that's too much. Maybe the public is going to think that that's too big, too high, too much, too dense.
It may be, but the idea is to up to, but not included. It's not a done deal by any means until it goes through design review. So we have that ability all the way through the process to the end.
One other point I would reiterate is under the current code, there's an unlimited height exception that's allowed in these areas. So what we try to do is put a cap on it.
Right, and 50 is a great cap.
It's 10 feet as opposed to somebody coming in with 80 feet and saying, well, it says we could propose it.
And 50 feet still brings us below, 10 feet below the bluff. It's a higher bluff than you think.
Yeah, I don't see any of these as unreasonable. These are just.
I don't either.
And yeah, we're not making a determination. We're just allowing up to. Everything.
But how do we know we want to go that high until we see it?
We don't until we see it. But we're quantifying it because right now it's open-ended.
It's open-ended.
Well, we could change that.
We could change every word in this document, literally. That one we're going to have to discuss. Any other items that are quick fixes or? Are you done? Okay.
Well, then, she had a lot more, so he.
No, I was just going to have a discussion on that and see if we wanted to move forward on that, or if we wanted to. Stephanie's proposal is to look at pictures and continue the discussion on that. I want to know if we wanted to keep it as is, or if there was a consensus for that.
I'll move we keep it as is.
Second.
Okay.
Wait for Josh to come back to it.
I am. Just want to hold on that issue, and if we could move on.
Well, my other comment is just on
Sure.
findings on 88.5.
Go ahead.
That they're very open, that an eligible project would have to, it could only be considered if the following findings can be made in addition to the findings required for the permit. If it says the following findings, so does that mean all of them? All 5 of those findings? Or does that just mean any of them? Any of the findings? 'Cause it just-
I believe it's all.
All 5. Okay, number 3, the public benefit exceeds the benefits required by the zoning code or any other provisions of local, state, or federal law. That's very subjective. And the next one is 2, the project minimizes adverse impacts to neighboring properties to the greatest extent possible. That's totally subjective.
That's
And
the whole idea,
I know.
That's the idea of the exceptions.
Yeah.
Is if somebody can make a case, I mean, a lot of the stuff we do is people make a case about, what it adds or detracts from the city. And if someone feels they can make a strong enough case, it's still going to be decided by a body that just allows them to say, look, if you can prove that this merits are in your mind, tangible, then it's possible. It's opinion.
I know. I guess I feel more comfortable if it had language that would guide the future leaders to make decisions based on the findings that would show that they are substantially beneficial to the community, or some strong language that people could hang their hats on. If they're going to look at this, it's going to be very open.
What I'm going to do is, we're going to discuss both of these, Stephanie, but I'm going to go back just to stay in order now that Jock's back here. Stephanie brought up a bunch of points. A couple of them we had a discussion on, and one we're trying to make a decision on. We had a consensus recommendation and a second, and I wanted you to weigh in on this, and that was with regard to the, on page 88-3, alternative incentives. And Stephanie, I'll just allow you to make your case again on that if you wanted.
Well, I'm not comfortable in Part A, number 1 and 2. On 41st Avenue Capitola Road projects, the city may grant the following incentives: an increase to a maximum permitted floor area ratio of 2.0 or maximum building height of 50 feet until I see it. Still, I see the difference between what's a FAR of 1, 1.5, and 2, and a building height of 35, 40, 45, and 50 feet.
So her proposal was she did not want to weigh in on this. She wanted to see pictures of what all those, what 50 feet look like as opposed to 40. The point was made that the existing code, correct me if I'm wrong, allowed for up to, there was an unlimited number, and we were trying to put a maximum on it with regard to the height. And was there a maximum on the FAR, or was just, it was at 1.5 or 2, or?
So there's a base floor area ratio allowance. I believe it's 1 community commercial, 1.5, and regional commercial. It could both be increased to 2.0 through these incentives. I would point out, again, this is in the general plan. So, we'd have to open up the general plan to change those any.
So Mike made a motion to consent. Dennis agreed. I agreed. Stephanie had some problems. You're back, so we're having a discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, for bringing that back since I was absent. I just have a question of staff on this. So one of the things that's going to affect how the public perceives it when they're driving down 41st. So we could allow this maximum, but would there be sort of a graduation? I mean, it wouldn't be like the big, huge front on 41st,
Yeah, I mean, we'd require articulation and, good design if anything came through, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So I can't read Stephanie's mind, but I could easily see that it's the front, it's how it appears. And if you do allow for that in the design to make it more appealable, then I could see that would work. So
it's just density too. I mean, we just have to be careful that we don't overdevelop even 41st Avenue. Yeah. And with our traffic problems and parking problems, people don't want us to overdevelop. So that's all I'm concerned about. And I don't want to open up the general plan either, but I'd feel more comfortable just looking at some pictures of what the differences would be.
I hear your comment about overdevelopment, but when I'm considering overdevelopment, the main focus for me is the village and the downtown core of Capitola. I'm actually for encouraging development in an appropriate sense on 41st so that we could get some, well, quite frankly, more revenue to support our services and to be a hub for local commerce in this area.
So are you okay with this as written?
Yes, I am.
So I would say we have consensus on this, or we're 4-1 on this, so I'm not going to call for a vote on this. So we're going to accept that one as it is. The next one is, this is on the findings, okay, and then you were just walking in, we were talking about this. And Stephanie, feel free to go ahead and make your point again on this.
Well, the findings are just very open, and maybe they need to be, but I was just trying to find a way that the future planning commissioners or city council could look at this and have a little more guidance from it. So if they're looking at a project and they want to be considered for these incentives for community benefits, then the finding has to be made by us, by our staff, and by the council and by the planning commissioners, that the amenities would provide a substantial benefit to the community. That's very open. And there'd be adequate public services and infrastructure. That's a no-brainer. But number 4, the public benefit exceeds the benefits required by the zoning code or any other provisions. That's very vague. And 5, the project minimizes adverse impacts to neighboring properties to the greatest extent possible. That's very vague. It's very subjective. So I just wanted to point that out. And then the number 3 at the bottom, the hotel design minimizes impacts to public views of the beach from vantage points outside the village. So I was just trying to see if there were any ideas on how we could make that more subjective and more objective and less subjective.
Does there anybody want to offer it? Go ahead, Doc.
So, question of staff. When you're trying to deal with the zoning regulations and come up with something that works when you're trying to decide on a project, I'm looking at 4 and 5, and they're almost something that you're allowing so you could weigh one side against the other. I mean, you're allowing benefit, and then you're trying to address the fact that there could be adverse impacts. Is that the reason why this wording's here? You know, it gives some flexibility for evaluating a project without being real definite and in concrete, which makes it hard, in my mind, to adjudicate on.
Yeah, I think you make a good point. One benefit of having language that is a little bit subjective is it gives wide discretion to the decision maker. You know, if it's very narrow, then your findings have to be, very tight and related to that specific language. A couple of points for context. For example, our current plan development chapter in the existing code has a statement like, the city council or planning commission can approve a project if it provides substantial community benefit, period. And one of the things that we heard when we were doing issues and options was we really need to expand that, have more defined criteria, and that's what this was attempting to do. As it relates to number 4, as it exceeds the requirements of the zoning code, state and local law, that was something the planning commission inserted. I think it's a good addition. What I have often heard from developers throughout my career, they'll come in and they'll point out all the things that they're doing through exactions that are required through zoning and CEQA compliance. And that's great, but you have to do it to get an approval. You're not doing anything in addition to benefit the community. So this tries to draw that line that just because you're required to do it, that's not enough. You got to go above and beyond that. And maybe we can word it differently, but I think that's good to point out in the code. So.
Okay. One other point. I think Stephanie's comments about B1, the design of the hotel respects the scale and the scale. So you used a word, I forgot what it was at this point, because it doesn't harm the scale. And so it's respects but doesn't harm. I mean, could there be something added in there in the same context that we were just talking about earlier? So you have respects, but it doesn't harm.
Well, it has enhances.
Yeah, it does.
Enhances.
Oh, it enhances, okay. Respects and enhances. Okay. Yeah. I was just trying to get the gist of what Stephanie was saying. Yeah.
Harmful makes it worse, enhances makes it better.
It does not.
I think you're accentuating the positive.
Yeah, okay. So I'll agree with that. Yeah.
Is there a consensus opinion on this chapter?
I think it's fine the way it is.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Yeah, Stephanie, do you feel okay? I mean,
I'm okay. I just wanted to point these out because
Okay.
I think they're going to come back in an application and we're going to look at this language and say, oh, wow, that was kind of vague. Maybe we have to let them do that.
Well, we don't have to let them do it.
Right.
We just need to consider it.
Right.
So we have the ability to have them propose it. That's it.
I mean, keep in mind, the Planning Commission, I'm sure, put a lot of time into this. This is a consensus opinion that they're sending to us, so I'm not taking these changes lightly. I'm sure there's a lot of thought that came to this wording, so I'm respecting that, is what I'm trying to do.
That's correct. They spent a lot of time on it, and there were a lot of machinations with this particular chapter and trying to get the wording right and not being overly specific, because we did have some of those comments. Should we have an economic study done to determine a ratio of benefit versus cost? And ultimately, they didn't think that something like that would be appropriate either.
So would it be fair to say we have consensus?
right, I do.
Okay, then we can move on from findings.
No, I have.
I'm sorry. I'm
okay.
sorry.
No, that's fine with me. Okay, yeah. One of the problems I've had in reading these zoning updates is trying to imagine what it's going to be like in the future, and definitely been a learning experience. Maybe one of these days I'll be on the Planning Commission, which will focus me more on that. So on page 88-2, in terms
Hold on a
of.
second. My question was, I'm okay with findings.
Oh, yes, I thought
That's what I wanted to say. So findings is okay. Now we're going back to 88-2.
I do have one finding, I just didn't get to that yet. I'm sorry.
You're not okay with findings.
I'm okay with findings. I just wanted to add the possibility of shuttle or valet parking in there.
Then we'll come back to findings. So go back to your.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So in terms of allowable benefits, I know in community commercial and community residential, sometimes loading facilities are a problem. It makes it very difficult for people to find parking, for, like someone's loading and they're taking up parking.
Excuse me, what page are you on?
I'm 88.2-2.
Go ahead.
So, making adequate provisions for loading facilities might be a benefit to consider. And then also something for entertainment. So, if we're having projects, and one of the things that's a deficit in this community is places for public entertainment, we just have it concentrated in one sense in the village. Maybe other projects, like on 41st, if they decide to do a theater, or they decide to have other venues that would provide public entertainment, that would be a real benefit. Certainly a draw for those areas if we had it. So I was considering some wording, I'll leave city planning up to it, to add in public commercial loading facilities and entertainment.
Any opinion on that from staff? Is that included in the other community benefits, or do they need their specific own identifiers?
So under other community benefits, that could be the other community benefits. I would say with the loading facilities, that's something we'd look at under the parking and loading chapter, and they would be that would definitely be reviewed with any proposal, and may not. This is a list of benefits that go beyond, so they'd be tied to the loading.
Okay.
We would be reviewing
Long
that.
place to consider.
But for entertainment, I think that could fit under other community
Could we include that in
benefits.
10 up here, other employee?
Yeah, that would be great. I just want to have that mentioned, that it would be good to have entertainment possibilities on
Try to find a
41st.
place to plug it in, if
Yes,
you're okay with that.
yes.
Anybody have a problem with putting it in 10? Okay, then let's go over to findings on the back page, and you had a question about valet.
Yeah, I was wondering, I'm considering hotels, and I'm considering the Village Hotel in particular. I'd like to mention, how are we going, we don't want parking down there, so how are they going to do it? So shuttle, valet parking, I think, that should be put in.
You just want more, I'm looking, I guess you're looking at, I'm looking at section
4.
4.
Yeah.
And you want to have an inclusion of some kind of reference to valet parking.
I'd question that, because that's in our base requirement for that property. Should not be an ability to get leniency because of community benefit.
Yeah,
That is our
I know
base requirement.
I know our in lieu program for the hotel included a valet, so I know there's a mention of it. I don't know what,
This is specific about the Village
No, we
Hotel.
shouldn't- yeah, but we shouldn't
page-
give them extra, this is an area where we're giving them extra benefit for community benefits, and that's what's required, so they don't get anything extra for that. That's just what they need to do.
hang on, let me let staff weigh in. Ms.
Well,
Katie?
like what
So
Stephanie
as a
said,
finding for the hotel on page 88-6, the last page, number 4 states, parking for the hotel is provided in a way that minimizes vehicular traffic in the village and strengthens the village as a pedestrian-oriented designation. So it's covered there, saying they have to be able to make this finding.
His notes are right on that phrase, and what he's wanting is some inclusion of the words valet parking in that sentence, I believe is what.
Well,
Is that-
yes, I did, but are you saying that in the same spirit of how you want wiggle room and to make it workable, would that,
It doesn't limit it, so it doesn't say it has to have valet park. We have that somewhere else in the code, and it's required, but within our parking section, there's an allowance for it, but this
Could you
does
put something
keep it
like
open
such
to-
as valet parking, or is that not what you want to do here?
Now, all of a sudden you became incentive. I agree with Mike. It's already going to be required. So why should there be incentive to do that?
Well, and it's a finding, so you want to keep your findings kind of at a higher level so that you can write your specifics under your
Do
findings.
you understand where they're trying to go with it? So you're okay with it? So now we can go ahead and accept the entire findings section. We have accepted findings, and moving on to the next chapter?
Okay.
Okay.
So thank you for those edits. We'll make those, and you'll see them in the next list that comes out.
All right.
The next chapter is non-conforming parcels, uses, and structures. I believe, let's see, so what's been done here is, again, similar to our historic preservation chapter, is this chapter has become much more practical in the sense of carrying it out and for applicants to come in and understand when a change is being made. Currently, our non-conforming chapter is based on a valuation of 80%, and it's when a project comes in, it has to go to the building department. They run evaluation on square footage, and it's just not easy for the applicant to come in and say, can I do something with this wall or can I not when it is in a setback? So, non-conforming. The
Katie,
first-
I'm going to go ahead and interrupt you based on the timeliness, and maybe we can distribute this, and then you can go through. Would that be okay?
That's fine.
Is that okay with the please the panel up here? Or, okay, I'm not sure who had breakfast or not, but maybe.
I was thinking that Katie could give her explanation so we can think about it during lunch.
Well, there's quite a few different little sections to this that are important.
Could chew gum at the same
Well,
time?
this is going to just the proposal. This will be a working lunch, so we will talk and eat. So
Yeah, we'll start with the non-conforming multifamily, and I know there's some public comment that would like to be made on this as well.
We can listen and eat.
listen, I was just going to do the distribution now, and then we could proceed. I thought that was, and it might be a good time for a physical break. So let's take 5 minutes to gather some food, and we'll return. Okay.
Yes.
We are all ears.
Okay.
Jock, are you coming this way or going that way? When Jock, Katie, when Jock sits down, I would say you can go ahead and proceed, and we will. You're going to be doing a lot of presentations.
Yeah.
Probably means we won't have to be speaking a lot, or is that good? Or, so let's.
Want me to go through the rest of the slide?
No, I want you to do whatever you want. And like I said, we when you tell us when we need to weigh in, but we're going to let you go with the presentation. Yeah, this is it, and you can hold off on your consumption for now. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sounds good. All right, well, we'll resume our conversation. We're now on Chapter 17.92 for non-conforming parcels, uses, and structures. This is the first portion I'll talk about is non-conforming multifamily in the single-family zoning district, which starts on page 92-3. This went out, we had a special meeting for the public to come in, and we did a extensive public outreach with a survey and special meeting in which the public came in. We educated them with the problem that we have in the current zoning code and got a lot of opinions, and then this was also in our issues and updates, our issues and options white paper. And so quite a bit of discussion before we drafted the code and came up with the solution that's currently in the code before you. So non-conforming multifamily uses in the R1 zone currently have to be discontinued on June 26th of 2019, or 50 years from the date in which they became non-conforming. So this date is very close. It's within 3 years from today. And we have quite a few non-conforming multifamilies in the R1 that provide housing for many of our residents in Capitola. So in an effort to maintain this housing supply, but also ensure that they are managed and upkept so that they're not a problem for the neighborhoods, there's two routes in which are now options within our zoning code. So the first route is that an applicant can come in and apply for an amortization extension. They would apply to the city council, and the extent of this would be for up to 25 years. Currently, we have a extension process that says a minimum of 50 years. So this is up to 25 years. The findings that need to be made is that the appearance, condition, and management are not greatly detrimental to the single-family character of the neighborhood. So looking at the character of the neighborhood and making sure they don't have a bad impact to the neighborhood. That the extension is necessary to prevent major economic loss and lessen the deterioration, and that reasonable conditions have been imposed. So that gives you, that's kind of a really broad statement, but it gives the city council the wiggle room to say, what are the issues with this existing multifamily, and let's put some reasonable conditions on there so that we know in the next 25 years it will not be an issue. So such things such as like putting the garbage and recycling into a defined area which stays off the road and that's managed, or requiring parking spaces to be upkept and adding conditions. And then there would also be the condition that it must discontinue upon the 25-year extension. So at that point, the property owner knows they've got 25 years left, and then they've got to come into compliance with either creating a single-family home. Well, that would be the only option. Yeah, they would have had the previous time that they've already enjoyed it, and then it would be an extension of 25 years. So, but another solution, that this is the incentivized program. So this was really taking a look at how can we ensure that the problem goes away in, whatever the problem issues are, and allow legal non-conforming status of a few of these. So in this is the participants would receive permanent legal status if they participated in the incentive program. Within the incentive program, an applicant would come in with a site analysis and improvement plan. It must propose a community benefit to compensate impacts that cannot be fully mitigated, and those community benefits are outlined within the code. And then the community development director would make a recommendation to the planning commission, and the planning commission would then, and the community development director would also work very closely with the public works director to look at a lot of the things that are going on, not just in the structure, but also tied to parking and circulation. And then ultimately, the Planning Commission would make a recommendation to the City Council, and the City Council would have the ultimate say on whether or not what they're proposing as their incentive plan would be okay for the, approvable by the City Council. And there would have to be a property improvement agreement that would be tied to a schedule when the applicant came in. So some things that are tied into this would be if you looked at it and you said, well, the density is just too high within this multifamily structure, one of the conditions could be to remove one of the units because there isn't adequate on-site parking, say. And then, so there's it's a proactive approach of getting the applicant to come in and show you how they're going to better improve their property, and whether or not at that point the improvements that they're suggesting, you could take away their you could create a finding of legal non-conforming status. So it wouldn't be tied to the next 25 years or 50 years. It would be in perpetuity, but tied to an improvement agreement and management plan. That's the first section on this, and I believe we do have public comment that their interest in, if, maybe not.
Chris? Sure.
I presume that I have one of these properties. At least I've been told this. And the problem that I have is that these properties span a great range of variation as to what what they comprise. 7-unit things to something like what I have, which is a small house on a lot of record, and a duplex on a neighboring lot of record that happened to be a single tax parcel. So my situation, I just don't see how I kind of fit into the, quote, problem that many of these other multifamily dwellings or multifamily uses create. And this is property that's been in my family for 50 to 60 years. It's been permitted by the city for that length of time. I just kind of feel like this sort of just doesn't apply to me. But I also know that there are other parcels that are similar to my situation. And in my particular situation, I have parking for everyone, and I basically tend to try and keep my number of tenants at a bare minimum for trying to make the neighborhood reasonable for everyone. So I'd just like you to kind of consider that everyone's situation is different, and that not everyone is creating a problem here, and that it's a particular hardship for someone like me to actually go through any of this, the requirements to do any of the improvements, or a lot of what may be required to particularly have something created for a 50-year extension or whatever. So these are just my comments.
Great. Appreciate those, Chris. Thank you.
Okay.
So one thing.
Anybody else? You're good? Okay, go ahead.
The new program really takes a look at the individual properties and exactly what is going on with each individual property. Where the first slide I had up that, these all need to go away by a certain date in 2019, now we're saying, we need to consider each of these properties in their unique circumstances. So in a circumstance where there is adequate parking and it is functioning correctly and it's not a nuisance to the neighborhood, it's much more likely that the review won't be too difficult. It'll be those properties that are a nuisance to the neighborhood in which we might have to ask for decreased density that will have an impact on the owner, but not as much of an impact as the 2019 sunset provision. So there's a way for us to work with them. But that's, I know when this property owner had come in, we talked about, well, will they look at my unique situation on my property and how well it's managed? And that's definitely how this ordinance is now drafted, so that it's not one size fits all. It's really, let's look at what's going on each property. So
I would think, we had this come before us probably within the last year as a property on Beverly and Oak, probably, Beverly and Oak that we dealt with. And in my recollection just to highlight what probably is fresh in everybody's mind is, we looked at the property, it was well-maintained, and I believe I thought we gave a 50-year extension, not a 25.
Yes.
And so now the Planning Commission is recommending no more 50s, we're going to go to 25. And at the same time, when we thought that was just a great prototype for what we liked, we brought up some of the homes in the avenues that we disliked and said we can hardly wait till 2019 to start enforcing this policy because we want to have some input onto things we didn't like. So obviously there's a spectrum here that what we like and don't like. And I'm not even sure the property in question. I like the fact that we're at least addressing that. So just wanted to highlight that because I know we all talked about it. So Jacques, you had a question or a concern?
Question. So how does this work in terms of the parcel tax? So they have two lots that have been recognized by the city, but they're on the same tax parcel. Was the process incomplete? They should have been separate parcels as far as tax goes?
So tax parcels do not have to coincide with legal lots. You can have some situations where you have multiple legal lots under one parcel or one tax parcel. Conversely, you could have 10 tax parcels in one legal lot. So they really don't jive in many cases.
If it was two separate parcels, tax parcels, would that sort of take care of this issue from our standpoint?
No, from a land use perspective, we don't really pay a lot of attention to tax parcels. Those are just for county purposes to tax properties.
Okay. So to Chris and his wife that are here, one of the reasons why we put this in is because we had a lot of complaints from the neighborhood about certain parcels. And, the excess parking was a major impact. The fact that the owner wasn't providing adequate ways to hide garbage cans and those weren't being maintained was a real detriment to the quality of the neighborhood. And you don't do that. So I don't think you're going to have a problem. That's the reason why we've been trying to address this.
Let's don't deal with individual issues. Let's talk about the ordinance as a whole. I'm not clear why the Planning Commission chose to bring it down from the 50 to 25. And also, this is a difficult question. What percentage of lots are non-conforming now? And I'm talking about non-conforming. I'm talking about in the setback, converted garages, anything like that. It makes it non-conforming.
But that's different.
So,
that's non-conforming, building-wise, non-conforming, zoning-wise are two totally different issues.
yeah, this is use currently, and we'll get into non-conforming structures after.
And that's a much broader topic. Yeah, we're being specific.
But for the 25 years, I believe that was the outcome of one, like the typical mortgage on a property, but two was to incentivize the program of what's this, like getting people to want to go towards the solution rather than just an extension, because a 50-year extension is a very long
with
time.
this looming deadline here, what kind of burden does that all of a sudden put on the planning department? In 1 year, why can't it be spread over a period of years or time? 30 years from now.
Okay. So, I'm sorry.
With the looming deadline,
Yes.
2019, what happens to planning when this happens? What, you know,
Oh,
you guys.
so when, here we are, the current regulation says 2019 or 50 years from the date. The 50 years comes into play, I think Depot Hill is one of the first neighborhoods possibly that will be subject to this.
50 years from what the date is built?
From the year it became non-conforming. We actually have a map that shows when the different areas became non-conforming. So all the non-conforming properties in Capitola will not come in all at once.
Okay.
It'll be neighborhood by neighborhood for when zone changes occurred.
So zoning changes are what made these non-conforming then?
Yes, that's exactly correct. Depot Hill is multifamily and Riverview is multifamily. So there's areas where these occur.
But to answer the question a little more directly, if we travel down this path, it's going to be a significant impact on planning's workload as these neighborhoods become non-conforming, probably both planning and the legal side.
So is the biggest change in this is the increase from, or the reduction from 50 to 25, and then the new policy that's trying to look at a broader approach to how to incentivize them to become conforming? Is that?
Exactly.
Okay.
Or to make a perpetual
Yeah.
extension so that it's fine, the duplex is fine forever.
Based on certain criteria? Yeah, okay. Jacques?
I had another issue, and I don't know if this is important, but to have some provisions in here in terms of extensions that deals with when the property was purchased. So what I'm trying to get at is if the property was purchased, you know, a considerable amount of time ago, you know, the person has gotten their economic value in that property, you know, it's been amortized and, you know, everything's been taken care of, as opposed to someone who just bought it like a year ago. You know, now it's a particular hardship if they have to change the property use and, you know, comply in other ways that might be really expensive for them.
I would say it's due
Well, I know,
diligence.
if they did their due diligence, but the
These
realtor...
properties are advertised as non-conforming. There's no mystery here on the sale, right?
I hope so.
Advertised as that.
That's
They're
what I'm
not-
not sure. The
They're not advertised as
realtors
that.
didn't...
So typically, they would, when their first sale, if they're not advertised as non-conforming, at some point we'll get the phone call of the zoning review, and if
Let me rephrase not necessarily advertised. There's never been a question in our records that these are non-conforming properties.
it's very clear that there's a sunset clause.
Okay, they are non-conforming in our records, but is the disclosure being made?
That's the real estate department. That's not ours. I say in our records, these have always been listed as non-conforming, and they have been surviving on this 50-year exemption.
Yeah, so we don't worry about whether...
Mr. Mayor, question from the audience.
Yeah. Question?
You have to come up.
You got to come up, Chris. It's the only rule. It's all, you know.
You gotta switch places with
You
the
can
wife.
eat, you can drink, you can talk, but you got to come to the podium.
As far as I know, the actual codification of this this happened like 25 years ago or something. I wasn't notified at that time, and I just became aware of this 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, that my property was non-conforming. And none of the realtors that I've spoken with are aware that any of these properties are non-conforming. So it's not a generally known thing. And the other situation that I just wanted to bring up is that my particular situation, this single-family zoning occurred, I believe, in '51 for my situation in the Jewel Box area. The single-family residence on one lot that was built in '48, and the city granted the permit for the other lot in '61, which then subsequently created the multifamily use supposedly after it was no longer allowed. So this duplex unit was actually constructed by my family.
I'm going to have them expand on, so we can understand, but thank you for shedding your personal information there.
So I'm kind of confused how this actually all occurred.
As are we, Chris. And like I say, as Dennis mentioned, we're not trying to be specific into particular properties. We're trying to understand this whole, how it affects every resident in Capitola.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, good. So
And understand.
good. We're going to have them educate us a little bit on that.
So currently, if that property were to go up for sale, the whole property with a duplex and a single family all on the same lot, having 3 units on one lot in the single family zone should raise a question to the realtor, in which they would call City Hall and we would identify it as non-conforming.
This is today.
This is today. And
How was that possibly 25 years ago?
so when the zone changed, I believe for a while there in the single-family zone, you were allowed to have duplexes. So that's probably the reason why a duplex was allowed on that lot. But the fact that all 3 are on the same lot is what's creating this nonconformity, that it fits under the multifamily. But on this map, you'll see this is when the different neighborhoods where the change of zone occurred. So in purple are all those properties that became nonconforming in 1951. So they'd be subject to the 2019 extension date. The properties in red are from 1976 zone change, so that's up in the avenues and along the jewel box.
Let me interrupt you a second. Are we looking at a map of all the non-conforming?
You are.
And it's limited to this number, which in mine looks to be like maybe 25 to 30?
This is all of them, yes.
Okay. Is that an accurate number, 25 to 30?
It looks like
Just trying
a
to
good
count dots.
estimate of dots,
Okay,
yes,
all
I
right.
would say.
Just trying to understand the magnitude of our exposure. Go ahead, John.
A question, okay. So I see a dot on Capitola Knolls, is that correct?
You know,
Oh, no, not Capitola Knolls. This is
Yeah,
the,
that's to
where the
the-
community church is, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So there's
that-
multi-unit housing in the back, low income, and that's non-conforming.
you know, it's the R1 zone, and there's more than one unit there, and it was approved with it by a conditional use permit. So that one would be legal non-conforming, because it was within a conditional use permit to allow that.
Okay, because I don't want to lose that, low-income housing.
That's why it lists benefit to the community.
She just said legal non-conforming.
Okay,
There's a
great.
difference here. So
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
so go ahead with your presentation of this. I find it
Okay.
very interesting.
So the red would require an extension by 2026. All green dots were rezoned in 79, so they would require an extension by 2029. And the blue dot, I think there's just one, would require an extension by 2034. It's one more for.
So our current exposure looks to be like the purple only are the ones that are coming right away in 19.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for.
Yeah, and the home on Beverly was a great example of one that just recently sold, and when they were under contract, they came in and got their extension as part of their agreement to purchase.
And like I said,
Process
we're going back to the change or the recommendation from the planning is the removal of the 50-year, just a 25-year extension.
That's correct.
And did they come up with the language for the other incentive, the new thing, or was that provided by staff as a?
The idea of the incentive program came from the city council during issues and options.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay, shall we move on? Is there, or no?
Are we good with what's proposed? Consensus on proposals?
I just have a question.
Go ahead.
How would you quantify on 92-3 under B down at the bottom, how would you quantify the extension is necessary in order to prevent a major economic loss to the property owner and to lessen deterioration? Well, it's going to deteriorate, obviously, if they don't do anything. But how would we objectively determine that?
Boy.
What would be a case that somebody could come in and we would say, oh, yes, you can, because it would be a major economic loss to you, the property owner, if we didn't give it to you. They're already collecting rent from it if it's a rental property. They're already living in it. They're living in it and renting out the other units. But what would be a loss to them to not be able to continue?
So I'll note that within these findings, it's A, B, and C are, it's not one or the other, it's an and. So they must make all the findings, and I think it would be really easy to make the finding that by allowing it, that it's therefore not an economic loss anymore. But really, when this comes in for the city council, A is going to be the major item that's looked at. The appearance, condition, and management of the property is such that the property is not greatly detrimental to the single-family residential character. And then I think it'll be easy to tie that, the financial finding that the extension is necessary in order to prevent a major economic loss, because I think it'd be easy to support the finding that taking away the multifamily and bringing it down to a single-family use, there probably would be a loss in a rental income property.
Yeah, that'd be obvious. But is that of concern to the city? I mean, do we really care about that?
Did you get the last one?
I'm sorry.
Is that how much of a concern of that is that to the city? I mean, if this is something we want, these conversions, then obviously they're going to say, yeah, you know, I'm not going to get the rent from the duplex. I'm only going to get the rent from a single-family house, which probably would be the same, actually, if they rented it out.
Well, it's also tied to and lessens deterioration. So, but by having that economic benefit, it's also helping them upkeep the property.
But that doesn't guarantee it. They're not going to necessarily paint it or fix it up or fix the fence or install a garbage enclosure and recycling enclosure and things like that we want to see. They're making some of these properties the big eyesore that they are.
They would have to show you that they will meet that standard, though. So that would have to be in their program to show you that they are going to maintain it and that is met. But I understand.
Good luck.
To clarify, these findings are purely a matter of policy. And so the question of whether or not the city would take into account a major financial loss to the property owner or not, that's what your decision here today is what are the appropriate findings for us to make. So this is what you have in front of you today, but you could easily take that out if you didn't think that was an appropriate consideration for the city to make.
I don't think it is particularly. I mean, I think it's I think it's something we should think hard about before we do that.
I don't think it hurts the overall package. I mean, it's not detrimental. Doc, you had a comment?
Yeah, 2 points. So if we decide that, as Stephanie brought up, that it's an economic hardship for the property owner to force them to, let's say, give up a unit, something like that, would there be a provision in there to, okay, what is your economic condition, situation rather, let's say, and the loan's going to expire in 10 years, and at that point the property's paid off of that sort, and then we say, okay, maybe a 10-year extension, but at that point you have to convert. My other point is, I think in part of our earlier discussion was we recognize that some of these multi-unit properties actually provides housing for people that normally wouldn't be able to afford it. So in the sense that the city would like to have affordable housing for people, it does help the city. So the first question.
Consensus recommendation here.
Well, I do want some clarification from staff. So if it's determined that it's economically difficult for the property owner, will we look at that situation and say, okay, right now it's economically difficult because you need the income from the units, but let's say it's a 30 or a 15-year loan, and at the expiration of that loan period, things are paid off. So it seems to me an extension up to that point might make sense, but then after that point, you know, they're going to have to deal with the situation.
Having an economic finding there gives you the ability to look at the economics. If the finding wasn't there, then that wouldn't be one of your review.
Thank you. So that's how it would work.
It's one of the many. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Well, I think it'd be important to pay if somebody's refinancing their house. In most cases today, it's a 30-year loan, and we're given a 25-year extension. Banks are going to be really reluctant to give it a loan to something that becomes non-conforming again within that time period. consideration. The other thing is that some of these obviously are more severe than others. There should be some discretion to help the planning process to make a determination whether it should go all with city council or not. In other words, some can be handled at the staff level. After this date, there's going to be a burden excuse me, of people coming in and correcting these things. And so, other than burden our staff with ones that really don't matter, we should give discretion to our staff to make that determination. The planning director should be able to make a determination, yes, this needs to go to council, there's a problem here, or not.
To me, the map I saw up there shows me this is not an epidemic problem. This is a few places that are effective, and I think our goal, I mean, we're sitting here struggling over zoning ordinances to make the town fit what we want it to look like, and these are non-conforming places that we're trying to bring back to where they, so the neighbors say this blends in with the community. And we've obviously seen, as we saw in Beverly, that the people made a great effort to make that not be obtrusive to the neighborhood. So, I mean, this is possible. And on the other hand, when we look at the ones that we put pictures up there on the avenues, they are not something I don't think anybody in this council is happy with. So I think this is an opportunity to do this in a routine and calculated way. So I'm not wondering why there's resistance. I'm not understanding that. So maybe I'm missing something.
No, I think there should be a process. I'm not questioning about that. But I would guarantee you, I would think that the only issues on Depot Hill with those being non-conforming, it isn't an issue until it's brought to a planning level in the neighborhood, and then may make an issue of it. But I would think that unless you've heard complaints now, we've heard complaints in the neighborhood. We understand what's happening in those avenues area. But why should someone on Depot Hill that wants to extend it 25 or 50 years, whatever we're going to allow them to do, have to go all the way through the process to the city council? That's like a regular planning permit. It's a huge process to go through.
Would you just like to change it from 25 back to 50? Is that what you're looking for?
Well, I'm not afraid of 50.
Administrative at certain levels.
Yeah, what I'm saying is make the process administrative at a certain level that doesn't put in the burden on the public process. This is exactly what I was saying earlier in the hearings, is that the more things we throw on our staff to process through here, the more things slip through the channel, the things that are important. And so planning directors is very capable of making a decision whether this needs to go to hearing or not.
Okay. Do we have a consensus with that proposal? John, go ahead.
Generally, I agree with Dennis, but I did hear a comment earlier. I'm not sure if it came from from Jamie or not, but there was a sense that when these periods start expiring, there's going to be a lot more work on city planning. So I want to understand that. Are we bringing up issues of like takeaway, like a property's not worth as much now because it's not a 4-unit, it's a 3-unit or a 2-unit, or something of that sort? Is this going to be putting us in positions where our staff legal counsel is going to be called upon because property owners are bringing suit? I'm trying to understand the extent of exposure to the city when these time limits expire, and if that could be brought up, I would greatly appreciate it.
I'll take a stab at that. I think the answer I previously gave was Dennis asked how much work it was going to be if we were, dealing with enforcement on these, and I wanted to make it clear that dealing with the enforcement process was going to take significant staff time. There's not very many purple dots, right? So that's what's coming up in the next couple of years. Really, where you start to get significant work would be 2026. So, I think in 2026, that's when you would expect to see a lot more applications for the extensions or enforcement actions that the city would have to take to abate and get the properties to comply. So I'm not sure if I directly answered your question, but.
Well, you did in part. How about exposure to the city? And some people feel that when you change rules, it's a takeaway from the value, and that's a significant problem for municipalities.
Yeah, that's probably it's a good question for your city attorney. I will tell you that in my experience, having worked in another jurisdiction, and Rich may have some experience with this as well, often in these situations, if you are trying to get somebody to reduce density, change use, there can be litigation. However, the legal position of the city is quite strong, I would believe, given the history and those legal challenges. Well, slowing things up don't usually result in fruitful outcomes. I don't know if, Rich, you have any experience anywhere else.
Yeah, we concur and add that we did confer with the city attorney prior to doing this workshop, just to make sure, is the current policy legal? Can we require these multifamily uses and single-family zones to phase out? And he said, absolutely. Now, it'd probably be vulnerable to challenge, but, city attorney at least thinks we'd have a high chance of success in those cases.
Yeah, my experience here, I mean, when I'm, like I said, I'm kind of overlooking the purple because I don't see it as a huge problem, but when I get into the red, I know that I've been to some of those places, and I know that what we want is we're not trying to necessarily get rid of these properties, we just want them brought into a place where they blend into the neighborhood. And, I mean, that to me is our ultimate goal here, is not trying to take away anything from somebody, but just to make them so they, aren't the eyesores in the neighborhood, so. Opinion.
Agreed.
The only change I would recommend is that we do have an administrative process with this. If staff determines not to, say, hey, clean up your front yard, so that kind of issue, and they can do it, let staff do it. We don't need to burden them through a staff report and take it all the way to council, because it's going to be expensive on both sides to do that.
How would that work, Rich, what Dennis is suggesting? Does that, in something that's in here,
I guess my recommendation would be, if the council desires to streamline the process for many of these, is either to prescribe which areas, like if we believe Depot Hill's not such a problem that the area North Capitol Road is, maybe they don't have to go through a public process. Another option that I might suggest is, instead of having them go all the way to council, maybe it's a minor use permit, which does have some noticing provisions and an allowance to go to public hearing, so that as staff, if we make a decision, there's at least an opportunity for the public to come in and say, wait, we have real concerns here that staff doesn't understand, and it goes to a hearing. I'd be a little uneasy without some prescribed standards to start issuing those permits over the counter, not knowing what the public might think, and not having it elevated to a decision-making body.
But you would have that choice, Rich. You could always say, I have a question here. This is going to go to the Planning Commission or City Council. But if a guy's coming in and there's no issue with it, he's up on Depot Hill and he has his garbage cans out in front. I don't know what the issue is, can be resolved right there. I think that administratively you should be able to do that. That's all.
Dennis, on second thought, I'm not tending to go along with that. I'm thinking that as these come up, I know when the one on Beverly came up, I was glad that came before us. I'm glad that we were all made aware of that. I'm glad that the public had a chance to weigh in and we dealt with it. And even though I can see what the city manager said, that we're going to coast through the purple zone and we may bog down in the red zone, that's an important part of the town that I think at that point, I mean, when that comes to that, we're talking 10 years from now before that comes back to us. And if that situation up there continues to digress over the next 10 years, I think the council would be excited to be.
Well, it would be. You'd see it.
I guess I'm not willing to just make it administrative. I've been supportive of making lots of this code administrative and streamlining, and I guess this, I think, falls under this is where the city council should weigh in, because you're affecting people's ownership and property, and I just see more of an input there. That's just my opinion.
I'll tell you what's going to happen in Depot Hill, that if there's opposition to this person making the change, it's going to come from their neighbor. That's where it's going to come from. It's another item to pit neighbors against neighbors on this issue.
You know what, Dennis, in Depot Hill, when we look at that, and I think about, we started with this was a single home that became a duplex, and what threw it into the red flag zone was a triplex, and we're talking about increased density. We're already working towards, we're allowing ADUs up in Depot Hill, and I say that by 2029, I think there will be in this council, none of us will be here. Hopefully it'll be all people in their 30s, and they'll be making different decisions about the importance of units and whether that matters more. So I'm not afraid of addressing that in 2029. Okay, they're all going to have bicycle boxes up there, and they're going to have, everything else. So it's flying cars. Yeah.
Okay, you got the bicycle boxes.
All right.
My other issue is the 25 years. If you're going to let somebody go through a process and you're going to give them okay for 25, why are you doing that and not saying for 50? Why would we give somebody a permit for 25?
I threw out a teaser on that I asked you, is that what you want to change? Okay.
They have the option to go for a perpetual extension. So
they can apply for 50.
No. The incentive program, the new program, gave them the avenue to make it. Yeah. I guess I want to say that I think maybe we have consensus that it's okay as is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Sorry, we took the long way to get there, but it was a good conversation, so.
You got to eat your lunch.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so now we're all energized and it's cookie time.
We're smiling, we're laughing up here, okay, so
Yeah,
that's good.
we're all
right?
good.
Yeah.
Okay, so next I'm going to take you to page 92-6, and we're going to get into non-conforming structures. So current code, it's pretty confusing. You can't do it, you can't do the calculation at home. It has to come in and be reviewed by our building official in order for us to tell you whether or not what you're proposing goes beyond. We have currently an 80% limitation to non-conforming, and if it goes beyond, the valuation goes beyond 80%, the project has to be brought into conformance. So with this, it's more easy to grasp as an individual. If you're doing non-structural repairs, maintenance, or interior alterations to a non-conformity, there's no planning permit required. So that's if you're doing maintenance on a wall that extends into a setback, there's no permit required. When you're doing structural repairs that do not alter or affect the non-conforming aspect of the structure, so you're rebuilding a wall structurally that's in the setback, that does not require a permit because it's not being added to, it's just, I'm sorry, so that's if you're repairing structural repairs within the home that are not in the setback area, then you can go ahead and do that without a permit. A structural repair, modification, or addition that alters or affects the non-conforming aspect, so for that example of when a wall is within the setback and they're doing structural repairs, that would come in for a design permit. So it would be reviewed as a design permit reviewed by the Planning Commission. Structural repairs, modifications, and additions that increase the nonconformity would require a variance. So if you have that home that it exists in the setback, this was an outcome actually of the City Council during issues and options when we talked about nonconformities, that we said not all nonconformities are bad. So if someone's been used to a home that is 4 feet from the property line and their neighbor has no problem with it whatsoever and they want a 2-foot extension in order to make a room work correctly, or a 10-foot extension, and it's not seen as an impactful thing, it would come in for a variance. It would be reviewed as a variance, but there's an avenue in which for that to be reviewed and approved. A replication of a single-family dwelling, we'll get more into that after I've got a specific slide on that one. But otherwise, this is what is required for non-conforming now. So you can do non-structural repairs, and you can do structural repairs of other portions of the home. Once you start getting into structural repairs of the non-conformity, it comes under our purview as a design permit, and then a variance if you want to extend the non-conformity or make it enlarge it. Any questions on that?
Just for clarification.
Hang on, Dennis. Go ahead, Chuck.
Maybe Dennis, clarification if you want.
Go ahead, Dennis, you've been.
Well, we're talking about permits, we're talking about planning permits, not building permits. All these require building permits.
So I was just wondering if the council would like to see what the results of the citywide survey was on this, and, to sort of help us with our discussion. That's what guided city planning, and so I'd like to see if we're reflective and of that result, or if we want to deviate. I just want to understand where the city was on this. Because I understood you said that, you understood that there was a rather large response, and so, the S value, the deviation was pretty close.
That was for the multifamilies and
Just the but I thought it was also permits for things that were non-conforming. I thought it was.
The focus of that was the multifamily.
Okay, I'm off on that,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, are we, okay, question, go ahead, Mike.
Let's also note that the reconstruction of an involuntarily damaged or destroyed structure like a fire does not require design permit. So if someone's house burns down, non-conforming, they can build it exactly the way it was.
Yes.
Secondly, I believe strongly that no structural repair should require a design permit if it doesn't alter the design of that structure. Even if that wall is in the setback structural repairs, basically life safety and stability of the place. We're not looking for these places to decompose. So structural repair should be without any design permits.
I think the only exception here is whether it's conforming or non-conforming. In your mind, that's not enough for you.
No, because just because the wall is failing is part of an overall termite, for lack of a better example, situation, the structural repair should not have any bearing.
Let me give you an example here, okay? Look at a home I recently looked at. And maybe you're aware of this Ike's house up on Central Avenue. Okay? And there's this, it's an historical structure. Then there's these, like an addition that's built on, and there's another like lean-to that actually connects to the neighbor's house next to it.
Really? Oh, an Ike's house?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, when you go in my mind, it's like, if they wanted to make a structural repair on this thing that obviously would never be allowed and should be torn down, I'm like, well, wait a minute, this is the opportunity to say, no, this really was never good, it's not good, it's non-conforming, we're not going to allow you to rebuild and reinforce something that should never be there.
I think if something exists, non-conforming or not, and it has a structural deficiency, we have a responsibility to allow it to be made safe. And I'm not interested in that failing beam that's being eaten every night by more termites, not being repaired because we want a design permit. Just make it safe. Do the structural repair, cosmetic repair, alterations, things like that. I want to put new siding on the side of my house just 6 inches from the property line. We're going to talk to you about it.
Well, I guess what we're going to get stuck on is the definition of the word structural here, is where I'm not.
I'm a little confused, Mike, because 3 of these start out with structural repairs, but 2 of them include additions. Now, an addition into a non-conforming is a different story.
No, I understand. I just want to remove the word structural repair. That's the only thing that I'm concerned with.
Right.
Everything else is obvious
Oh, okay,
and
just
rational.
take the.
I think the thrust of this measure was to try to separate between conforming and non-conforming. Is that where the energy in this measure is? As I read them, I just find that if it's non-conforming, we want to look at it. If it's conforming, it's okay. That's kind of the overall feeling I have from this. Am I making it too simple?
That was the intent. If there's something that's non-conforming that is proposed to be altered in any way, then it comes before with a design.
Can you just give me a further definition of the word structural?
I'm not looking for altered. I'm just focusing on the word structural repair, which means nothing is altered. Everything else in the phrase works. Modifications, alterations, increase or exacerbate the non-conforming aspect of the structure. I am perfectly fine with that. That makes good common sense. Structural repair does not.
So you're requesting to take structural repairs out of all 3 of those items?
Correct.
Okay.
All the other wording is perfect.
Okay,
And it serves our purpose.
I'm okay with that.
All 3 or just
All 3.
1, 2, and 3?
Right, because I believe that structural repair is purely a building issue and life safety issue, and we should not be involved in those.
Why don't we say safety, can we say safety issues or structural safety?
What structural repair is, if the structure is failing, it's a safety issue by definition, so.
Example of structural repair?
I think that's a fair change. It's structural, it's internal to the wall. Planning, we typically look at the exterior of a wall, and if they were making modifications that affected the exterior, we would then have the ability to review it.
If they're going to make the wall 3 feet higher, if they're going to do things to it that intensifies it in some way, absolutely, it should be a design permit. But
Enhancing.
if the beam is rotting and they want to replace
The beam.
replace the beam.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have a problem?
I might suggest if we go that way that, we distinguish between what somebody might call a repair and something that's absolutely needed to structurally reinforce something.
It doesn't alter the size, shape, or intensity of the non-conforming part of the
Do
structure.
we use replacement? Would the word replacement fit in there somehow? Or structural repair or replacement? Or I'm looking for help here, so I'm just.
When you use the term structural, you automatically think that it requires a structural engineer involved, and it physically does that. So if you just take the term structural, or for instance, you could say structural repair, maintenance, and interior alterations. That clarifies. It's not a structural issue.
Hearing the council's discussion, I'm imagining you're also including in there a leak in the gas pipe. right?
Right?
So, right, so maybe the language is life safety repairs that do not require a planning permit. So in other words, what we're talking about is over-the-counter building permits, like the guy comes in and says, I need to fix the gas line, or there's a short in the electrical system and, there's no heat in the place.
There's a beam that is deteriorating.
There's a beam that's deteriorated, so it's
If my roof's leaking,
right, it's life safety, improved repairs.
as long as it doesn't alter the size, shape, or,
Outside of its original footprint.
right.
So life safety repairs that do not require a planning permit. Looking over at my staff there.
You want to repair the roof that's in the existing setback, and the roof needs structural repair, you don't want to raise the roof or change the pitch or, put a dormer in it or anything. Just replace, structural repair is replaced in kind.
I like the word replacement somewhere in that definition, that's all.
So wouldn't there be a determination by staff if this is, so I think Dennis was alluding to it. So if someone comes in and says, this is what I think is something, but staff says, oh, wait a minute, we have to, look at this in the code contents of our ordinance and have a determination if that's correct.
Because it's going to perpetuate a non-conforming use if you let them fix it up too much. Then we're never going to get them.
We're not looking for these, we're not the coastal commission. We're not looking for these things to deteriorate to zero. If someone has a building, and there are literally hundreds of well-built houses within the setbacks that are non-conforming in our town. And we're not looking for them to go into disrepair and deterioration. If there's something that needs to be done for safety, gas repair, roof repair, what have you, it shouldn't be a design.
So I agree that, the issue of something that's going to have a safety aspect, whatever it is, but if that repair can be done in a way such that it actually comes into conformance, hey, I have no problem with that.
Sorry, my mind was just put into park. You're going to repair a wall that's non-conforming. Putting it into conformance means removing the non-conforming structure,
Right.
putting it back. That makes absolutely no sense, and it's not what we're talking about here.
That's not going to happen, yeah. We're
not gonna happen.
We're talking about the heading, allowed modification to non-conformity. It's something we don't really want to allow, but we're going to allow it to be improved to, as Stephanie said, to perpetuate even longer.
No modification, though.
I got it. And I'm taking your thing that the city manager brought up. This is a safety issue. This is a broken pipe, a failing beam, and it's going to collapse otherwise, so we're going to allow the repair. So I'm going with you on this now, okay? You've convinced me that it's okay. It's just that I'm just trying to understand the philosophy of our ultimate goal is, we want these non-conformings either to be brought to some greater position where they conform or.
That's what I'm trying to get to. So,
Yeah. But we're not. That's not what this section's about. So we got to be careful. As Mike said, that's not what we're talking about.
I'm
right
not
here.
understanding, I guess.
Yeah.
So I think this is a good discussion, and it clearly points out that we need to clarify this table a little bit. And forgive me if I'm repeating anything the city manager said. We were conferring over here, and I didn't catch everything.
Do you want to bring this table back to us with some?
I don't know if that's necessary, but I did want to clarify that, let's see, it's the fourth line down. So structural repairs, modifications, additions that increase or exacerbate the nonconforming aspect of the structure. So this is something where they have an existing nonconformity and they're making it worse. We're saying that would need some type of permit.
Right. You mentioned this 3 feet higher if they want to go
Right.
3 feet higher.
Any modification is not, it needs the
Right.
permit, but any staff and its administrative decision over the counter to determine whether it is the repair of a structural concern or if it's a modification and intensification. That's where.
Right. The line above that is where I really think maybe we need to have some clarity, because the design permit have specific thresholds for when those are considered by staff or the planning commission. And it would not involve a simple building permit type repair to a nonconforming structure. Those are allowed today. They would continue to be allowed. But if you cross that threshold for a design permit and part of the work is to do structural modifications, that would still fall under the purview of the overall design permit. And I think that needs to be clarified.
Structural, and just put down modifications and additions that alter or affect the nonconforming aspect, you need a permit. Modifications and additions that increase or exacerbate the nonconforming aspect, a variance. So in all those cases, structural repairs being removed we don't lose anything.
Even the first one, Mike, where it says non-structural, take that out of there too. Then all you say is repairs, maintenance, and interior alterations, none.
Correct.
So just take structural and non-structural, all four of those.
I don't want us to determine what constitutes something that needs to be delayed that may be a life safety issue.
Let me take a stab at it. Staff, what we're suggesting is that for these two, they don't need any planning permits, right? They just need buildings. Okay, so is this language, is that, I think that captures what you're saying.
Well,
He just wants to remove the word non-structural and structural from all of them. It can be repairs.
you know, the first two don't matter because you don't need a permit.
Right,
The
exactly.
next two, structural repairs do not belong on those two. They require a permit or a variance.
I see what you're saying.
We just want to drop, you could just drop the word structural. You could just say repairs, modifications, and additions, but not the word structural. Is that okay, Mike?
Sure.
Anybody else have a problem with
The
it?
structural repairs are already covered here.
So in the top four,
Top four. It just begins with the word repairs.
Do you think that was just a cut and paste issue?
No.
No,
So, okay, I want to understand why structural was put in there, structural repairs. What was
I guess from my point of view, it's semantics. You know, if it's a repair that's increasing a non-conforming, we call it a structural repair, a remodel. It's making a non-conformity worse, we're saying you need a permit.
At the end of the day, does it look like more than it was before?
Right.
Basically,
That's it.
Will ask themselves at the counter, you go, wait a minute, oh, it looks the same. Okay. It's like when we allow someone to replace windows in kind without a building permit.
Right.
Go for it.
I have a question on this page here where you've altered the permit requirements, but that's not shown in our book. Is that correct?
What's that? What the?
Where you have it changed from conditional use permit to design permit, it's not showing in our book.
Shown in my book.
It
Well,
is
you
on
didn't
yours?
put the additions in.
It's not, Stephanie's not lying.
92.6?
Oh, there's
92.6.
one, you've got one coastal chapter in here, and then,
They're in the coastal chapter.
Okay, thank you.
so,
Okay.
I have a question so for the third one down, that we've been discussing about additions that alter and affect the non-conforming aspect of the structure, do you want that to have a design permit? I mean, a change that requires a design permit would have to go to planning commission. If it's on the second story of a home.
Yes, because let's say you have a garage that has 20 feet in the setback, non-conforming, existing, and you extend, and you make that wall 60 feet long. You have just.
That would,
Yeah, the word alter just throws it off. Yeah, absolutely.
You just increased the non-conforming aspect of the structure. You created more structure that's non-conforming.
but if on that 20-foot wall, so your example would fit under the fourth item down where it's increased or exacerbated.
Yes.
But under the third, I think the example would be in that same garage, they're not increasing it, they're not making it longer, but they're maybe putting in a window, or they're, because typically a window wouldn't get a design permit that goes to planning commission, so you're making an alteration to that wall, you're not making it bigger, you're just putting in a couple windows. Under this standard, if you put in windows to a non-conforming wall, it would require a design permit.
I don't think so, because you're going to alter the non-conforming aspect. The window doesn't alter the non-conforming aspect of it, but increasing the height of the wall would, extending the wall, anything you do to it, that, am I getting that wrong?
Are we trying to promote non-conforming structures?
Well, I'm asking, we have a variance requirement if you're going to increase or exacerbate. That's the fourth one down.
Right.
And I just want to ensure that from the conversation that just occurred, that you want to require a design permit if somebody's making alterations to this wall, such as putting in a window. They're not making it bigger.
No, because it doesn't alter the non-conforming aspect.
It doesn't.
But the way it's written, it's going to go to the planning commission. It's not gonna change.
That would be required, a window would be required to go to planning
We
commission.
don't want somebody to do that. For planning commission for a window?
So my suggestion
out
would be
someone's yard or
to
something.
possibly remove the third standard and remove B. From Ben, do you want to
Yeah,
weigh
so a little more context on this, on what we were intending with this table, was that with the third row down with the design permit, the idea was that if there's a non-conforming aspect of a structure where an applicant wanted to make a modification to it, that a design permit would be required as a way for the planning commission to evaluate it and determine if it's a problem or not. So there's some nonconformities that are a problem, and there are many nonconformities that are not a problem. And so if somebody was altering it, it would give an opportunity for the planning commission with input from the neighbors to determine if it's a problem or not, and if it is, it could be corrected. But what I'm hearing from this conversation is that the city council's not interested in that if there's no increase or exacerbation to the nonconformity, they should just be allowed to make those modifications.
Administrative decision point?
Let me just offer a comment. We just had a situation like this on Oak Drive about two homes that had problems with design permits and not issuing the design permits, and when it was required and wasn't required. And I'm just thinking here that if all of a sudden, somebody builds an enclosure and they have their hot tub in, and then the neighbor in the non-conforming structure decides wants to put a window into that enclosure, and we just took away any review we have of that at all. We just dropped that review.
I was asking for staff to be able to administratively review and determine if design permits are required.
Well, that may be the answer, but I'm just saying, in this case, if we drop the design review, then that window would be added without any review. It's possible that could be, in that scenario I just gave you, that window could be added, and I don't know if that goes with what we want to promote.
Under today's code, if a window installation came in under that scenario, we would approve it administratively because it wouldn't trigger the 80% rule. So it would be.
And would you look at where that window looked at the neighbor's property? Would that be in part of your review, or possibly not?
If it were on the front of the home, we'd look at it in terms of design and make sure it's not like a bad design. But no, it's not really under our purview to say that would need a design permit.
I guess what I'm getting at is, in a conforming structure, sometimes we build that so that it doesn't allow opportunity to be closer than what it should be. But in a non-conforming structure, it would mean that the setbacks might not be in play, which means that it could be in a place where it would cause more impact on the neighbor. Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to be sensitive over non-conforming, because these are things that we are going through all this painful exercise to make sure it doesn't repeat itself, and to promote that. I'm trying to be cautious.
I don't, Ed, you're picking one in 1,000. So? Yeah, and the second case is, it's a 2.5-month process and about $3,000. The guy put the window in. If he's put it in non-conforming walls, there's non-conforming walls all over the city, all over. If you're putting a single window in the thing, the staff should be able to take care of that. I mean, if you're altering it, which we've already said, and you're asking for more space that's non-conforming, the law's set. The law says you need a variance. That's.
I don't think we've been bashful about making people do design permits for many situations throughout the
Well,
state.
they just said they don't require it now.
I'm just saying, in other situations, in residential and commercial applications throughout the city, and it's like, I'm just saying, when we're dealing with a non-conforming structure, this is a separate, complete, isolated category. And when you got something that shouldn't be there, and you're going to make modifications to alter it, I'm just thinking that's just, exacerbating that situation. That's my opinion.
Do you know how many non-conforming structures you have on Depot Hill?
I understand
Probably
that.
80%?
Well,
80%.
I don't know if that number's that high.
It's pretty close.
Well, basically, it's making an exception for non-conforming if you have
Because we changed the
alterations.
setback rules for everybody. 3 foot is a common thing. Today, it doesn't meet. So, we create laws that make things non-conforming. There's nothing wrong.
Let me ask this. Is there a consensus on this chart that somebody would like to propose?
Did we get past the structural part already?
Yeah.
In my mind, all the
Except for
words
3.
structural and non-structural have been dropped. Okay? And we did have consensus on that. Stephanie, is that correct? And then now we're just getting down to
Number 3 should be design permit at the discretion of.
I guess the only question left is should number 3 still require a design permit? Is that the correct way to phrase that?
My motion is to have it be at the discretion of staff.
Second.
Everybody consensus with that?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Jacques?
I'm following this, and if staff says that there's going to be an issue with the public,
Dennis noticed.
Staff, I'm just curious here. So at the discretion, we're depending on you to look at the concerns of the public here. That's the way I'm looking at it. So I will agree with this if that's a major part of it, part of the considerations that you give.
That would be exactly what we would do. If an applicant came in with this issue, we would sit down as a team and bring it to the community development director and ensure that we think through the problem and that we're not adding an impact to a neighbor.
This is only a modification of a non-conforming element that doesn't increase it, or?
I got it.
It does, it says additions.
Mike, I'm trying to wrap it up, because if Jacques agrees with you and Dennis, then we're going to move forward, because Stephanie is unsure and I'm against it, so if Jacques favors it, we'll move forward.
My other point is, how do you determine that? So the beauty of a hearing, or, taking a permit so you have a hearing, is that the public has a chance to weigh in. So how much time does staff have to make that kind of determination in reaching out to the public? It seems to me if you have a hearing process, it actually allows for that.
We would look at the application. It would come, it'd be so it would be a design permit, so they'd have to actually bring something in it, but it would be at an administrative level, so it would be reviewed. I'm trying to, I think, would it go to Arkin's site at that point if it's a minor design permit? Like a minor, but there's no Arkansas. So we would look at it, and because it's non-conforming, that would be our number one concern to be looked at, would be impacts from the non-conforming.
I'm going to hear from my expert witness on this one. So.
I can understand why you're all confused. This has been my bugaboo ever since I've been here in the city. I own a home on Riverview Avenue, and after the earthquake, I had several panes in my window broken, the glass pane part, and did not want to replace just the glass pane, wanted to replace the windows in their entirety. Came to City Hall before this staff even exists, and said, as long as I was replacing in kind, not in widening the opening of the windows, I could do so. I got started the first day, and I'm sorry to say this, but Barbara Graves walked by, and here was the building inspector half hour later. I'm sorry, not my wife. My wife's named Barbara.
We know.
Okay.
We are well aware, Ron, but go ahead.
Okay. As it turned out, I didn't need any permits because I wasn't enlarging the openings. But true to form, I guess technically, because when you replace a window frame, everything's not as straight and as it was when it was first built. So you're doing a little shimming and stuff like that. So how do you measure this? The idea of non-conforming, I told this to Mike during your break for lunch, and I'm sorry I had to get away, was a perfect example, Dennis's example, Depot Hill. It's now an R1 residential district. When it was originally constructed, it had zoning with the county, most of it. And the Shangri-La on Oakland, 6-unit apartment complex on Oakland, the 4-unit apartment on Cliff Avenue were all non-conforming when we downzoned it to R1. The idea was, like you said, Mr. Mayor, not to perpetuate that use if something were to happen in the future. But in order to do that, we were advised by city attorney that you have to give it an expected life. And we did. That life is now ran out, basically. Shangri-La still exists. The 6 units on Oakland still exist. The 4 units on Cliff Avenue exist. But what you're talking about today with regards to non-conforming use is somebody comes in with an application to do a remodel or something. And because the side of the house sits in the setback, say on the west, northeast, or south side, somebody judges it non-conforming without ever researching whether or not they got a variance for it. And so we perpetuated this non-conforming use to be used for structures that are being remodeled. And the problem that I saw exist, and you've all seen it, is the examples on Depot Hill where houses were torn down except for one wall, and they were called a remodel. And so they really didn't get brought up to code, meaning code the setbacks on all sides, the front yard, the rear yard, the height, everything else, because it was a remodel, because that non-conforming use, was there. I just hope that whatever you do, and I don't have the answer, is that you don't perpetuate this. And I think you're on the right track, Mike, and I think you're on the right track, too. You don't want to perpetuate the use that shouldn't exist in the zone. And, I'm not being hard on the 6 units on Oakland or the Shangri-La on Oakland or the 4 units on, but when they've lived their economic life, if something happens to them, God forbid, I don't want that to be on the homeowner, but if something did, that is now a single-family lot and should adhere to the zoning ordinance for the zone in which it's in, rather than try to perpetuate a non-conforming use. Hope that's clear. Sorry.
Thank you for that input. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Please do. If you're going to shed light, I'm going to let you do that.
I might suggest that we table this item and give staff a chance to go back, huddle up a little bit, and return to you with a more coherent proposal. I don't think it was ever our intent to require design permits for somebody who's going to replace a window, put on new siding, re-roof, but it's certainly not as clear as it needs to be. So I think we'd like to go back to kind of describe maybe the situations that would require discretionary permit and those that would be over-the-counter building permits.
I think that, I'll get a consensus from here, but I'm pretty sure that I think we're all, I don't think anybody's 100% positive. Maybe Dennis is 100% positive, but I think everybody else has a little bit of reservations, and for you to do that would really be wonderful. So I think we can do that, and that'll allow us to move forward and tackle some more tasks. Are we okay with them bringing it back? Thank you very much for that suggestion. Okay, next.
Okay. So next we can, were there any questions regarding the single-family dwellings? I can quickly go over that. There was a desire to add to the code that is to keep our cottage feel throughout Capitola that are oftentimes don't meet setbacks regulations, to allow those to occur and be reconstructed to match. So there's a new reconstruction of single-family dwellings on page 92-7. They're limited to replication. You'd have to replicate the existing single-family home. It's not eligible if the mass and floor area of the existing home can be reconfigured on the parcel in a manner that complies with the development standards. So a good example of this, actually, I heard someone refer to Ike's house.
Great.
Ike's house. We'll pretend it's not historic.
Okay.
We'll pretend it's just a single-family home on Depot Hill. It does not meet setbacks.
None.
If it were in such poor condition that you'd want to allow, that house should, maybe it was in poor condition and should be torn down and then rebuilt, this standard would allow that. You could bring back Ike's house just as it is today in mass and scale.
And include parking and other things that would make
Sure, include parking. And then you could also, it would allow deviations to reduce the nonconformity. So if they wanted to maybe have a little bit bigger of a front yard and push the home back a little bit, that could be considered as well. No additions or modifications that increase the mass, floor area, or height are permitted for 10 years. So in that scenario, the owner couldn't come in and rebuild Ike's house and then come back in 2 years later and say, oh, it's very small, I really need another bedroom, I'm going to go up. Right. And would say, I'm sorry, there's a 10-year period in which you cannot do that. So that's an example of how this would be carried out.
I like all of it except for two, in that I don't think we should require them to rearrange the home on the site. And I'm thinking of a house that burns down. Mm-hmm. Because the amount of expense required to reconfigure the foundation of this home on the site would be excessive, and an excessive burden for someone whose house just burned down. It should be at the discretion of the homeowner to be able to do this. If everything but the structure is still intact, I don't think we can, in all conscience, require them to do this.
I think we could add to this just a note that states in the instance of, is it there under D?
A non-voluntary
for
destruction.
Damaged or destroyed structures.
Right.
Yeah.
I just want to
Yeah,
make sure.
so that's covered within
We're
the.
trying to protect people who are, burdened by catastrophe.
I think that's a great addition, because I like this policy, the whole things.
Is there a different consideration for a historic house?
Oh, yeah, that changes everything, right, on this?
We have to move it off the lot, then move it back on.
No,
No?
I think the historic would have to go through the historic process and just make sure that they're, within historic preservation, reconstruction is one method of historic preservation. So within that, the historic architect, the architectural historian would take a look at it and say, there's enough evidence here that enough material has been lost or jeopardized that this home warrants reconstruction. So that's an option. Preference in historic preservation is usually to utilize as much of original materials as you can to save them, but if a house were so far gone, reconstruction would be an option.
It's always been in our review of historic houses and remodels that we always give consideration to non-conforming. In other words, there's always been consideration of the location of the house. Maybe it's 3 feet over, and maybe it only works for stacking walls, that type of thing. Is that a policy, or is that just a rule of thumb that planning allows for more deviation in a historic house?
When you look at the Secretary of Interior standards, there's standards are tied to the location and the setting of a historic structure. So it is considered in the review of trying to maintain the setting and the location of a building.
No, I know Ice House isn't a good example because, number one, it doesn't have a foundation. They got to put a foundation under it. Number two is it's a historic house. And so all those considerations go into play when we're dealing with Ikes. They're going to come into play with that house. I'm trying to look at policy where we would tell somebody that if it's just in a historic context, there may be some consideration for deviation from standard setbacks or massing, all different issues like that.
So the current code, there's really, to my knowledge, no provisions that allow exceptions based on it being historic, although that's oftentimes a consideration the Planning Commission has provided, and it's something that we've added to the draft zoning code updates. Those instances don't need a variance, but based on their historic properties and significance, we could allow different development standards to maintain the historic quality of it.
Just a general question for us. If a non-conforming house were to burn down, why would we let them build it to the same standards as before with the same non-conforming setbacks? That's the time to get the property into the correct zoning of which it is. For example, there's a house up on Depot Hill where Nancy and Mike Davis used to live, and I think it's probably doesn't meet the setbacks on the side. It didn't have parking, but I know their front door on the side was so narrow, there's no way you could get any furniture up on the second floor, and they had to load all their furniture up with the crane onto the deck to get it into the house. Because I said, how'd you get a couch and a bed and a chair and a desk, and, how would you, get all that stuff in your house? They said they lifted it up on the deck. So why would we allow that? If a house burns down, let them build to our current standards. That's the time to get these structures with the kind of setbacks that we want to have the rest of the city have. So I don't think that this is really necessary.
That really is a policy call. If the city council wished to, at that point, require them to come into conformity to current standards, we could do that. The way it's drafted and right now is that involuntary damage, destruction, or things like that would allow somebody to rebuild the house and it's non-conforming.
I see that. Was there any discussion in the Planning Commission on that?
I don't recall there being a lot of discussion. I think, their view was that if it was, something that burned or was destroyed by an earthquake or what have you, they could rebuild in its current configuration.
A fire doesn't necessarily destroy foundations. So in other words, with economics involved with it, you're going to still have the foundation. They're probably going to want to build.
Well, if the house has a foundation.
If it has one, yeah.
So again, back to the example of Ike's house, probably a 50 by 60 square foot lot, maybe smaller. If it had a 15-foot setback, a 3-foot side yard, and then a 20% rear yard, that would, and we didn't have this provision in the code after if it were to burn down, then that would really change the dynamics.
And couldn't they ask for a variance? I'm talking about bigger
Sure.
lots. I'm talking about standard-sized lots that have a non-conforming use on it, and it burns down. Why in the world would we let them build it
Not
exactly the
conforming use.
same?
We're talking about two different things here. Not a non-conforming use, non-conforming structure, yes?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
non-conforming
sorry,
structure.
non-conforming structure. Yeah, well, what if one of those fourplexes burned down on 45th or 46th Avenue? Why would we let somebody rebuild that? That is not what we want.
Because we had a house burned down on the corner, just past Nob Hill, right on Bay Avenue, and I forget the cross street, but it burned down, it's non-conforming on two sides, and it was rebuilt exactly the way it was, with the exact setbacks, with the exact foundation. I think that's consistent with everything else we've spoken about today.
But
And the question now is, do we want to change
do we
that?
want to perpetuate the non-conforming uses in town? And that wasn't our direction in the past. We wanted to try to get rid of them, but we've never really enacted anything to do that. We've never enacted policies
Not
to.
ask someone whose house just burned down to now build it to new standards.
Slightly differently, make the
Not
setback.
slightly.
Meet
There are
the
some
setback
that-
requirements.
There are some that won't have a house anymore, period.
They can ask for, if they have a tiny little lot like that, they could ask for a variance, but they have a full-size lot, I'm not so sympathetic with them.
I am totally sympathetic, and anybody whose house burns down, they should be able to replicate it exactly if they didn't set it on fire themselves.
I got your point, Jacques.
Could happen.
So I thought the idea about that particular example was that lot was so small and configured in such a way, that's about the only thing you could do, you know. So I don't know if a variance covers that, quite frankly, but, you know, it's like taking.
You know, as it relates to that, if somebody has an undersized lot, we as a city government has an obligation to allow them to build a reasonably sized home on that lot, and variance fines could easily be made. You know, what's reasonable, there'd be a little discretion in that, but.
Are we under any legal,
Different things.
are we under legal problems here with telling someone if they have a non-conforming home and we tell them that they can't rebuild what they have existing?
No, you could do that.
I don't believe so. I'm fairly confident. It's something I could, you know, verify with city attorney, but I don't think we're under any state or federal obligation to allow somebody to rebuild a non-conforming situation.
Non-conforming, right.
How about
Well,
the
then this
example?
is, hang on a second. Then this is going to come down to a philosophy, okay? Mike says, someone just lost their home, and even though I don't care what it was, they get to rebuild whatever they had before. Stephanie's saying, this is our chance, we're looking at non-conforming properties, and whether we want to perpetuate or promote those, and she doesn't like that. So I'd like to hear Dennis and Jacques, any opinion on philosophy?
Our house is on fire.
House is on fire, I can see a certain circumstance, like the one near Nob Hill.
Number one, we're section one here, that's what we're talking about, okay?
I'm actually for trying to come into conformity with the way we want our city to be. And in the case of a fire, I really find it hard to believe, with the way our structure is in terms of financing right now, that they aren't insured adequately for what their loss is.
To leave town?
Well, no, the question is,
No, not to leave
I'm not worried about the insurance, I'm worried about, there's a decision here, we have to make a decision. Should they be allowed to build a non-conforming structure on the same footprint if it was, by any of those circumstances, earthquake, fire, flood, et cetera, calamity, can they rebuild that non-conforming structure? Mike is saying absolutely, Stephanie's saying no.
Well, and I'm saying also, I think the neighbors would appreciate it if we didn't let them rebuild to that, because right now, the neighbors have a structure that may be 1 or 2 feet from their property line, and they would welcome it if it got moved back a couple of feet, the new structure, because they've had to live with it that close all these years, and it would give them the relief that everybody else has in
The
town.
neighbors don't have that right. I am sorry. Neighbors do not have that right. That is a public property issue, or private property issue. And for the neighbors to say, I never liked this guy, get his house.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if I had a house next to me that was 1 foot from the property line, or a garage that was 1 foot from the property line, it was non-conforming, and that burned down, I'd be very happy if they were held to the same building development standards as everybody else in the city, and they had to have a 3-foot setback, or a 4-foot setback, or a 5-foot
I'd be
setback on the
tempted to
side.
burn my neighbor's house down.
Mike, you bring up a good point. If you knew that if you burned your neighbor's house down and that he was not allowed by law to rebuild in that footprint,
Isn't Dennis?
I mean, that's positive.
Is this on the record?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, well.
Sorry, Dennis, your house is out of here.
I'm looking for a decision on this one, okay?
I wonder who burned the Risman down, quite frankly. So I think Stephanie's comment sort of encapsulates it. So the one near Nob Hill, I mean, that was a single-family house. It was a very long, skinny lot, as I remember, and, it made sense to allow that there. I totally agree. But for multi-unit housing, the things from 45th, 46th, stuff like that, the city has already said that we want that to conform to the single-family residence. We walk down the streets there, and people are saying, that's what I want. These guys have been a problem. We're trying to come up with a workaround so that they take care of garbage and they take care of the excess parking, which...
Hang on. I want you to get back, because we're all over the place here.
I'm
I want
sorry.
you to look at what's up there on number
Yes.
1, and I want you to tell me, do you agree or disagree?
Okay.
Number 1, Mike says he doesn't agree, okay?
No, he doesn't agree.
He agrees.
Disagree.
Stephanie says she doesn't agree. So I'm waiting to hear from Dennis and Jacques on whether you agree or disagree. I don't think we need to have more discussion. Dennis?
Well, I'm thinking about how many fires I've seen in the 45 years I've lived here. 2.
Thank you.
2. So is this going to happen in the next 80 years? We may have.
I don't know. We're redoing the
It's
zoning
philo-
ordinance.
It's
There's a-
philosophical.
What if thing gets?
Dennis, there's language in there. I just want to know where you stand.
I think if somebody's house burnt down, they're going to be in such trauma, they're not going to want to deal
So
with it.
you would allow them
In a lot
to
of cases, a foundation is still good. So you're talking putting another $40,000 on the cost of that. So I must say that I'm okay with them living it there.
If it's a non-conforming and it burns down, they can build in a non-conforming footprint.
Yes.
Mike, you say yes. Jacques?
Same mass, same footprint, nothing different, make it identical.
But you're not going to get rid of the non-conforming use then ever.
So what?
If that is,
Go ahead, Mr.
Let's
City
get some
Manager, please.
clarification. Are we talking about non-conforming use or non-conforming structure?
Building.
Talking about, I know.
well, I mean structure.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we're not talking about the fourplexes.
No, we're talking
Yeah, so
about
no.
a structure, a house, single-family house.
Yes.
I was confused by the use and the permitted thing.
Is everyone clear now?
The word is
I'll go-
clearly a structure,
Yes,
okay?
right.
A non-conforming structure burns, we're going to let them build
Yes.
the non-conforming structure right back.
That's where I was going on Nob Hill, and that's sort of, yeah.
Yes.
No.
No. Carries 3-2. Okay, moving on.
Okay. Now we're on supplemental.
How many cookies did you eat?
I know, I should share the cookies.
You had 3 candy bars.
The mystery.
Well,
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
let's
the
pass them
mystery.
again.
The mystery of what we're doing here is nobody knows what is an item of contention. Okay, so just carry on.
I'm sure. Yeah. This is my favorite section of the zoning code, actually.
Okay.
That's still going to.
Okay, I'm going to,
Animals.
unless anybody has any concerns with the purpose of the supplemental standards, we'll move right into animal keeping.
Okay.
And the way in which we're going to do this section of code, or this
Please give me
chapter,
the page number you're on.
96-1.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so the purpose is that this chapter establishes supplemental standards for land uses, activities, and development that apply in all zoning districts. So we're going to move into animal keeping, and this starts with 96-1. It's a section of code that often gets a lot of discussion during these meetings. The one change that I'd like to bring to your attention is under household pets, B, on page 96-2, is that the Planning Commission added a maximum number of pets, a maximum of 4 of each type of household pet, with a maximum of 8 pets total.
And that's an increase. Didn't we just have 6?
You know, there was no max, I believe, in the previous. Is there?
Chickens, right?
No, I think we had an issue over on Cabrillo or someplace where there was a
we did.
maximum number of
Yeah,
animals on.
for chickens there is.
Well, yeah, but chickens are separate from pets.
Yes, that was,
Not adding chickens to pets and getting an overall number. Chickens stand alone.
Some people
yes,
consider them.
they're their own criteria.
Part of this discussion because it's so
Yeah.
I love it.
Chickens are their own category in that section.
They don't wring the necks.
Remember the 150-pound limit for dogs?
No, that's for potbelly
Pigs.
pigs.
Potbelly pigs.
Well, that's only popular. I think once they get to be 150 pounds, don't feed them. They're not potbelly pig anymore.
It's a hog.
They're no longer a pet.
Yeah, well, you're the cook, so.
I know.
Shall we classify that? says 151 pounds or greater.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. I was afraid of the dogs because we have many, many, many dogs in town that are more than.
Great Danes. So this is one area where, at least from an administration standpoint, I always squirm a little bit. When it comes to interior pets and telling someone that there's a limit on the number of cats they have, because I always envision, how are we going to enforce that? A neighbor calls, says, my neighbor, I don't like them, they have 7 cats, you only allow 6. So from staff's perspective, we're knocking on the door asking to go in. They say no. Now we go to our city attorney to go to court and get an inspection warrant. 2 weeks later, we come back, the cats are gone. Week after that, the neighbor calls, says they got their 7 cats, and it's just literally a cat and mouse game in those situations. So I'm always a little reluctant to it. To me, it's a sanitation issue. I think somebody could have 6, 7 cats and take very good care of them. Someone else could be a hoarder and have 2 cats, and it'd be a disgusting situation. So this is something that, at least from administration perspective, I have concerns about. And I've said my piece.
Can you be specific about what a household pet is, the fact that they reside inside? It's important.
I mean, I think that would be helpful because, monitoring, enforcing pets kept outside is much easier. And that has an impact on the neighbors more than some that's inside.
But if I had 8 pigs and they were outside,
Yes.
I'm a pig farmer.
Correct.
So also on the first page, under general standards, there's public health and safety, and it states it shall be unlawful and shall constitute a nuisance to keep any animals that possess a threat to public health or safety, and then it also talks about animal noise. So the impacts are here that if there was a code violation, we could follow up on the actual nuisance rather than counting pets or whatnot.
So was the language, number 2, maximum number, that was inserted, that was suggested by Ben, or did that come from somewhere?
This 4 and 4 and 8
Yeah.
total, that was Planning Commission.
And what was the previous number?
It did not come from Ben.
I'll confirm that. I'll look right now.
Why was the Planning Commission think that those were good numbers, just good round numbers?
Round numbers. But can we more clearly define the fact that household pets are pets that reside inside the house? And extend this to a kennel with 8 dogs in it.
I'm worried about 8 of anything outside. Yeah, I have your same
They're
concern.
household, but they're inside.
The majority of their time is,
They reside.
Is that how you would have to word it?
I
They can go to the exercise yard if the warden so.
Well, we could also just drop number 2 and not even have to deal with it, so they don't have to.
Doubled it.
Number's good, but I just want to clearly define that potbelly pig lives inside, doesn't live outside.
How are you gonna have to go to the house and look around? I mean, but that's staff's, that's,
No, I think I would read it as 4 total.
You know what, the more rules we make on this, the more we have to.
Well, I'm just concerned why there was a need. I don't know what our number of complaints were prior to this and why there was a need to increase it from 4 to 8.
I think the increase was probably in response to my concerns about administrating interior
Oh, about you
pets.
going out to enforce 4.
And I think the planning commission said, okay, well, we'll make it, a little higher, we'll give it 8. And, the current code, the limit is 4, includes things like guinea pigs, hamsters, reptiles, and
Yeah, when I see here, when I look at this, I just look on the surface. I mean, I understand we don't want to go out there and force, but when someone all of a sudden has, and like I said, I wouldn't even have used this as a category. But if somebody has, 820-pound pigs in their house, and their neighbor calls and says, "Why would you ever allow an increase of 8?" I'm thinking, if a guy's got eight snakes in his house, it doesn't bother me. They're in some kind of an aquarium or rabbits or. But I mean, like, when we put the pound number on this, and
It doesn't matter if he has 8 pigs, he has to live with them. No, seriously, what I'm saying is inside.
He owns your living room.
I guess,
well, they're not going to be inside the whole
like,
time.
I guess the question is, we sit here and we're supposed to try to regulate ordinances as they affect people. And I'm going, and somebody asked me, I said, why did you allow the number to go from 4 to 8? And I want my response to be better than, well, I didn't want to have to burden our department to go out there and do inspections.
No, that's not it. Okay. I think it's just the reality that there are people with more than 4 pets inside their home, and that's fine. I'm talking about the other instance where when someone complained up at the Explorers up there about that particular house that had chickens and a couple of dogs, and they added the chickens to the dogs, and flagged them that lady had to get rid of her chickens. I'm going, what's up with that?
Walk all over the neighborhood now.
No, they were in a little coop, they were right there.
No, well, yeah,
And the chickens are an exemption to the pet category, so you could have 8 pigs and 4 chickens.
It doesn't specify that. I mean, that's probably something we'd want to clarify. I think my interpretation would be that it's a pet, but we could clarify that in either direction we'd like to go.
It says chickens, in a coop, you can have four hens, and that does not count to your total number of pets. That's the way I'm reading this. Am I reading it wrong?
Well, as Rich just said, it's not clear. It doesn't clear. And I'm sure we could clarify it to say, look at the maximum number of any creatures on your property would be 8.
No, because one's a household pet, and the other one's a chicken.
Well, I guess what I'm suggesting is we could create a number of maximum amount of animals on your property.
That's what causes us problems, maximum number of animals on properties. Household pets, chickens in coops, 2 different things.
Before I just want to go back. What's our complaint number on this over the past?
We actually have an active one.
We have an active one.
Okay.
Just
Is
came
it
in.
That brings us to
pigs
2.
or dogs or cats?
I would have to ask Brian.
Chickens, dogs, and cats.
Collectively.
That's what the complaint was. I haven't had a chance to enforce it yet.
Okay. So there's a complaint about a large amount of animals on one specific property, and it could include chickens, dogs, and cats. And prior to that one complaint, we have virtually nothing?
I think we had one about 3 years ago. I know that there was one up at the end of Depot Hill years ago with a large number of cats, long ago. Some of you might remember, as long before I was here.
Ron
So
does.
it's not real common, but they're difficult to enforce unless it's an obvious.
Okay, so this is not a big enforcement problem for us, except for the one pending issue that we have.
I will note that 3 years ago, it was a big deal. It was a hassle, long-term
Oh, okay.
problem.
Yeah, I read.
Because they are often involve people's pets, and they're difficult to resolve.
I just think
Dennis, I'm sorry, I held you off. Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't want to write an ordinance here that's subject to previous cases, chicken coops in the front yard. That's exactly what this bottom part is here. We can't write an ordinance like that. The simpler we make this section, the easier it's going to be to enforce. And what happens, it becomes a neighbor against a neighbor issue. So the more rules you put in here, the more chance you're going to have it coming back to our planning department and police department to resolve. So keep it simple. 8 animals, the rest of it can go away as far as I'm concerned.
I am a little protective about what goes on in people's front yards and side yards. I'm more inclined to support the language to keep that. I mean, what you do in your backyard and how you limit your way you live is when you bring your neighbors into how your lifestyle. I'm okay with doing less with regard to the number, but I do think I like the language of where this is located.
Yeah. And the other thing is confinement. Like right now, we require dogs on a leash. We should probably require chickens on a leash too.
I don't, Dennis. I like the first thing you said was I really don't want to over-enforce. Okay, so, Jock, go ahead.
So I know 2 places in Capitola that have chickens in the front, and to me, it adds something to the neighborhood. But I take exception to the 5,000 square feet. So that means only in certain areas of the city. Seems to me someone might be able to manage it if it's a smaller location place, so I take exception to that. And 5A, to some extent I agree with Ed, but the 2 places in the Capitola, I do know 2 places that have chicken coops in the front, and they seem to manage them fairly well. There are some differences on that. As a kid, we had chickens, bantam hens specifically, and ducks. We had 2 ducks, and I don't see any problems with ducks. They're great at getting rid of slugs and things like that. No, that's what we use them for, and they were wonderful pets, too. So I really do take exception to ducks. I have fond memories of ducks. So I'm not sure why it's in there. They didn't make any more noise than... actually, a duck has a very contented little sound. It's a very happy sound, as a matter of fact, just sort of like chickens. I know this sounds ridiculous, but, unless you've had ducks, you don't know these things. And
I'm not seeing any prohibition.
We allow the
Just
ducks.
roosters.
They used to be, they're currently prohibited, ducks.
Ducks are prohibited?
They're currently, and we're suggesting we add them, so ducks and chickens would be allowed, but not geese.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it says right here, roosters following in ducks. I missed that part. Yeah, I would just take out ducks. I don't see anything wrong.
No, wait, ducks are included.
They're adding ducks.
They're adding ducks in on EE number 1 down at the bottom of the page. They're saying,
That's prohibited. I would say take it out.
Prohibiting ducks.
No, it's fowl other than chicken and ducks.
Yeah.
Other than, so they're
Oh,
allowed.
dang, I can't read these
it's
things
not,
straight.
well, it's not clear. It's the way it's written.
It could be reworded,
right.
but the intent is,
A double negative.
Yeah, that got me. Gee, I can't even do logic.
I will note that I have lived adjacent to both chickens and ducks, and I would far prefer ducks to chickens as neighbors. Oh, absolutely.
They're wonderful.
They are actually quite wonderful neighbors. Chickens can pose challenges if they're adjacent to your bedroom window. Let's just put it that way.
Yep.
They do a lot of things early in the morning and are quite loud about it. No, ducks are wonderful. They do this little cheep, cheep, cheep.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
didn't you hear Jockey's word?
And they're quiet at night.
Soothing was the word.
Yeah, and they're totally quiet at night. Like, they go to bed when the sun goes down, and they don't get up until, like, late into the morning. Chickens, on the other hand, when the chickens move in next door, the neighborhood has gone to the...
When the ducks are happy, you know there's no cats around, you know there's no eagles. I mean, it's just like they're totally content, and they'll let you know it. It's amazing. But anyway.
So,
Well, then, go ahead.
How about the 5,000 feet? I really think that's, I mean, to me, this is sort of like what Dennis says. I mean, if they like chickens and ducks or whatever it is, and they have a, 4,000 square foot lot, what the heck? I don't see why everything's 5,000 just because Cliffwood Heights is the 5,000 area of the city.
Stephanie, any?
No, maybe we could allow some variance procedure for that. Maybe say 4,000 to 5,000 would require a variance.
I'll give up on coops in the front if you guys relax on 5,000.
Again, let's do something that does not cost the city a lot of time to enforce. Number
Really?
one. Number
Well,
two
then-
is, let's not put more burden on our planning.
Well, the number of 4,000 would be easier to
Is
enforce.
it really an issue in town now? Is it really an issue? Occasionally, we have a thing.
Well, that's why I think 5,000 is sort of,
I'm thinking, generally speaking, it's like, we don't have a lot of complaints because I also feel like there's probably not a lot of people that go out and actively have these. And I don't know that I want to promote ducks and geese. If somebody wants to have a duck, go get it. And if somebody wants to have something, but as far as having some criteria, I'm all for not in the front yard. I'm okay with the 5,000. We're not precluding people from having animals. I think it's a pretty liberal policy, to tell you the truth. And I would like to keep the complaints in the same range they are now, one to two every year. So that's my take on it.
well, I'm glad I live in the 5,000. I
Well,
couldn't
then
care
you-
less if Ron, for instance, had ducks. He's
I
not here.
understand.
Oh, there, he's still here.
So do we have any kind of a recommendation for consensus? Or is there something that somebody really wants to dig it in? I know you want to dig in on the square footage. Dennis, do you have a dig in?
I don't. I just
Michael?
think if you don't have complaints, leave it like it is. Don't touch it.
Well, then, I'm not necessarily happy with going from 4 to 8, but it's like, if that makes everybody happy, I'm fine. Stephanie's good? Michael? Jacques?
I'll go from 48.
Don't move from Cliffwood Heights because you can't have the animals, so we're okay.
No,
with-
go. I'll go from 48 if you go down to 40.
We have consensus.
Right, so no modifications to that section.
I believe we passed it with no modification.
And we don't want to put it in the city newsletter.
Please don't advertise, yeah. Okay.
And Mike was,
Yeah.
he's
Thank
happy
you.
he came today.
Next is emergency shelters,
What page are we on, please?
page 96-3.
3, okay, good.
So, again, I don't have any slides for this. This is pretty much the state requires us to have an ordinance on emergency shelters. This is a reflection of what is required. Any suggested edits or modifications?
I don't see much red on here, so
Nothing was changed.
I would move to leave it alone if we have consensus.
Consensus.
It's
Stephanie?
existing. Yeah.
Okay, we're good on that one.
Okay.
Next.
Home occupation starts on 96-4. Home occupation, again, there's one minor tweak on, under B2 to say sold on-site, but this is a reflection of primarily our existing code. There is a size limitation set that's new. Within Standard 1, the home occupation may not occupy more than 25% of the floor area of the dwelling unit or 400 square feet, whichever is less. So this is making sure that the home doesn't turn into the occupation.
Great.
But other than that, the standards are what we have today, and
I don't see a
No
lot of red ink also.
modifications.
So, anybody have a problem with those? Ms. Tucker, Stephanie? Okay, next.
Okay, intersection site distance, 96 dash 5 is the page it starts on. This is an existing standard. It is utilized by our Public Works. At times when people come in for a fence permit, we hand them our fence criteria, as well as our intersection site distance criteria, and this just codifies it.
I just want to ask a question, because I saw some work that was done on Depot Hill with regard to hedges that affected the area. Is that what would apply in this?
Yes.
And I know that in some intersections, people made efforts to lower, it would be like a stair step in the hedge to accommodate this, and some did not. And would this suggest that you were required to lower them, or how am I?
Change the character in the neighborhoods.
I would have to ask the Public Works Director exactly how he administers this typically, but if we had a complaint come in, we would definitely check with the Public Works Director of whether or not we need to enforce the height of a hedge.
Right, but I'm just trying to read this. If I look at this, the height within 30 feet of the corner is supposed to be at what height? Am I reading that?
30 inches.
30 inches. So the presumption of this ordinance is that within 30 feet of the corner, nothing's higher than 30 inches.
Yes, so when a new fence permit comes in, we relate to this if it's a corner property.
Okay, great.
And no problem with hedges? I mean,
I have not had a complaint on a hedge. We had a planning application up on Depot Hill that has a beautiful hedge, and the Planning Commission did not make them lower the hedge as part of the permit review, but.
Okay, we can move on.
Okay, large.
Is there any other problems with this? Moving on? Okay, good. Next one, Katie? I'm sorry. Chris, come on up. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Thank you for acknowledging that. I felt like we were on a roll there. We were just going by the numbers.
What I notice is there are hedges on lots of corners that are 5-6 feet tall, everywhere. The other thing is you're talking about at the corner of the property line, and then there are people that are putting hedges into the public right-of-way that is outside of the property line. And I think that what you need to do is define this other than the property line. It needs to be defined something about the actual street, or so that you can put a hedge on the property line, and it could be 15 feet from the actual curb, and you've got a totally different situation than if somebody's putting a hedge actually a couple of feet from the curb.
Yeah, I think the proper, go ahead.
One thing I was going to point out is if there's any vegetation that's overgrown or over height in the right-of-way, the city could just by right go out and trim it and maintain it if we wanted to, or order the property owner to do it.
Okay. While you're walking, I'm just going to add, I think that the question is we know that there's the right-of-way, and that would immediately become a problem for many reasons. And then the point you brought up, if somebody put a hedge on their property, inside of that area, and the key that I find is a lot of people don't really realize where the property line is and how much of an easement in front of their house is actually not theirs. And so most of these hedges are not on their property to begin with. They're in the right-of-way, which is controlled by the city. Go ahead, Mr. Graves.
I wasn't going to say anything about hedges, but I will now.
Okay, I'm glad I opened the door for you.
Hedges that have been cut in the city under the auspices of the city going out to have them cut were line of sight hazards. I think of the Gregory property on the corner of Fairview and Cliff Avenue, up where Bruce Arthur lives. The hedge that's across the street from you on the corner of Sacramento and El Salto.
Perfect example.
Is, it's blocking line of view, but everybody stops before they go through that intersection if they're looking north. I mean, otherwise they're taking their life in their hands. I don't think we have to overregulate things. I kind of agree with Dennis. It's not a big problem. When we get a complaint for site visibility, I think there's enough rules that we can handle it. That's my comment.
Yeah, no, I went right past this chapter. I just wanted to get the clarification, and what I got from this was it's a complaint-driven process.
Yeah.
And when the complaint comes in, each one will be evaluated independently, and I don't see a reason to change this, so that's... Are we okay? Is everybody else okay with that?
Large commercial land use.
Okay.
So large commercial land use, this starts on 96-6. This applies to any commercial land use with more than 12,000 square feet of floor area. You'll note that there's a red line there from 20,000 to 12,000. That was just a typo. So this follows the existing code to a T. Also, the uses, so it applies if there's 12,000 square feet of floor area within one or more buildings, and then for all. It's really the provisions that are set up, the findings, are to ensure that it fits within the surrounding area and it isn't an impact. So under purpose of findings, you'll see the purpose of additional findings for large commercial uses is to enable the Planning Commission to ensure that all the new uses and development are consistent with the general plan and compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. So when you have a larger retail shop that comes in, it's just to give the ability to get it in front of Planning Commission, make sure it's compatible, and then it's just for their eyes to be able to review it. So, yeah.
Okay.
No changes from the existing code to this.
I don't see a lot of red.
Large home daycare.
Hey, are we okay with that?
Everyone?
Yes.
Consensus? Okay, we're good. Go ahead, Katie.
Large home daycare, similar. This is in our existing code today. And no real changes. It talks about safety compliance, the fact that the city building division and the fire marshal will have to inspect the property. It talks about parking for pickup and drop-off plan. But again, this is in our existing code today, and it's been helpful when a large home daycare comes in, that we can look at any impacts it might cause.
Okay, moving on.
There's just a typo on
Oh.
96.8,
Yes.
under J1. You want that, that and at the end of that sentence, a scheduled time pickup of allowance for emergencies and prohibitions of double parking, or just cross out the and?
It's typical. Could be. Take it out.
I think it's an and because when there needs to be a scheduled time for pickup drop-off, and then also noted that you can't double park.
Okay.
Includes both.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
We're okay with that category? Okay, good.
Okay.
Large residential care?
Large residential care facilities, no changes since the previous draft.
Okay. Are we good with that? We're good.
Okay. Offshore.
Hold on. Large residential care facilities on the bottom
No,
of
no,
page
no, no.
96.
I'm sorry. I jumped
Okay,
ahead.
we're on to offshore oil drilling support.
Page 96-9,
Okay.
offshore oil development support facilities.
And this was an
This
ordinance.
section removes findings and other similar commentary in the existing zoning code, but there's,
This was a zoning ordinance that was, came to most of the coastal cities in California in the late 80s as a means to have a strategy to try to thwart offshore oil drilling off the coast of Año Nuevo and off of other parts of Santa Cruz County. And this was a way to have the local cities and counties be able to say you're not going to be able to put an onshore facility on without local concurrence.
Well, thank
Also,
goodness for...
most of the cities and counties in California did this, and I imagine they still have this section in there. It was
Thank you for those insightful people. Okay.
okay. Any requests?
Sir, how does mineral rights work in capital and land holdings?
That's the D.
Yeah.
Huh?
Water rights and mineral rights.
You have the center of the earth or what?
Goes to the center of the earth?
Some do and some don't.
So they could do, someone could do actually slant drilling underneath.
I look around, I don't see a definitive answer on anybody's face.
I am not well versed in mineral rights in California. I really can't speak to
Dennis
that.
has gold on his property.
Okay.
Big hole out there.
Can we,
California.
It's underneath his neighbor's property, so
Yeah.
directional mine.
that's what makes those tomatoes grow so big.
Actually,
The mic's safe.
Actually, the original ordinance said that there shall not be any construction, reconstruction, operation, maintenance of any commercial or industrial offshore oil development support facility within the city of Capitola without a vote of the people, was the original ordinance, I thought. And that way, we didn't want to, we wanted to allow it if people wanted to vote for it, because people in Santa Barbara at one time did vote for these facilities. But-
That still is in effect today.
Well, she said the
Yeah, but anyway, we don't have the
people in there.
the vote, I guess that came out at some point, which is fine.
Okay, we good with that one? Moving on? Okay, Katie, next.
Okay, permanent outdoor displays. This is a new section that it really defines where outdoor displays can happen and sets some design standards and location standards and size and height and what can be displayed. So very helpful because we do get complaints on outdoor displays quite frequently. So the areas where it's allowed it's prohibited actually in the mixed-use village within this ordinance. And then it requires a conditional use permit if you're outside of the mixed-use village. So right now, outdoor displays, when Whole Foods comes in and says they'd like an outdoor display, we tie it to their conditional use permit. We look at their conditional use permit or update it. So the recent hardware store expansion, and in that review, we took a look at we amended their conditional use permit for that outdoor area. But this will actually codify a section, and they'll have something to look at to explain what's expected by the city. A permanent outdoor display requires planning commission approval of a conditional use permit. And there's new siting and development standards and new design standards. So, and it clearly states that vending machines are not permitted as an outdoor display, and that they're considered an accessory use requiring the planning commission approval of a conditional use permit, because that was one problem we had that wasn't addressed previously in our code of vending machines going in the exterior of buildings without any permits.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, so you sort of covered it. So red box would be a conditional use permit?
It would.
Okay. And how about if we wanted to have, they have these vending machine type setups so that you can recycle. So you put in your cans, et cetera, and they recycle them for you.
That's actually a separate section.
Okay, thank you.
in our code.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
I'm way back here.
Really? Okay, go ahead, one time.
The red boxes, the Crystal Springs water, all those are going to be prohibited outside?
They'll require a conditional use permit.
They require permit, because most of them are in the handicap walking ways and stuff like that.
I hadn't thought of that. Is that a consideration when you give the permit?
Is that, okay, that's how that interprets. So things like red box and those water will now require a conditional use permit? And would they most likely receive that, or are there problems with it? We have problems in, I mean, other than ADA?
Yeah, I mean, I think the planning commission, what they would likely look at is ADA compliance, what the visual setting is. Is it cluttered, or is something that's kept very neat, and maybe have one vending machine rather than a whole?
We're just trying to
storefront
prohibit
done.
50 of those in front of a certain place? Is
I
that
think
what-
that's the intent.
With the ones that are there, are they grandfathered, or are they
They would-
subject to the permit?
No, I think once, the ones that have never been permitted, once this goes into place, they are in violation at that point.
I got it. Good to know. Okay.
Should we move on?
Any questions on that section? Okay.
Okay, supplemental standards, we're now moving on to outdoor lighting. This is page 96-11. The section is new. It's to help with light pollution and
Is this an all LED requirement, Mike, now?
No, they have to do that under the building code. So that's outside. I don't understand why we prohibited mercury vapor lights. I don't remember the last time I saw mercury vapor light go up, but
They're polluting.
yeah, you can't use them.
They're not
They
even
are
around.
polluting.
They don't, well,
Yeah,
It's an unnecessary addition.
Start grinding up the LEDs?
right. Well, that's another polluting, yeah. Big time.
No, I compliment you on this entire section. It is perfect.
Well, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, really. If we can move on.
Can we
We were
move on?
nervous.
We were trembling.
I saw that, Ben. That was good. We made up for the chickens on that one, okay? So-
I think Mike should give a whole course on lighting.
Less than, not as entertaining.
No, not the case. So we're
Go
just,
for it while I got
Okay,
your window.
okay, so next, replacement of underground utilities, no changes. If you increase your floor area ratio, or floor area by 25%, you're required to underground.
Strike the exceptions.
Yeah.
Strike them?
Which one?
Yeah,
Favor of striking.
yeah.
Where?
They exist currently. We're on page 96-12.
I have
The
to read it.
exceptions,
That's my opinion.
Planning Commission may grant an exception due to a unique physical condition on the site or environmental considerations such as a tree preservation or proximity to a watercourse, archaeological site, or other environmental resources. The Planning Commission may not grant an exception due to financial hardships.
Can't they go around a tree?
Always.
Yeah, I'd say strike it too, because it leads to too much interpretation, and if we're trying to get the whole city undergrounded, this is just a stumbling block, I think.
Well,
Okay.
I have seen occasions where it's actually impossible, and to get through it because of closeness of buildings, that type of thing. So how often does the planning commission ever offer an exception to this?
We had one request and it was denied.
Okay.
Right up by your office.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know, I don't have a problem still being there because the planning commission's taken a tactic of not giving them anyway, so. Somebody, it will come up sometime where it'll be a smaller project that it'll be a huge financial burden on, it'll kill the project.
you
There's a
know,
lot of utilities in some sections of the streets to go through.
I have no problem with the last sentence, that it should not be allowed because of the money. I know you say there's always a way around it. I mean, if it was up to me to tear out a heritage, I mean, not a heritage, but just say a substantial tree because it was unavoidable, I at least want to let them look at it. But I mean, I absolutely agree that if it came down to money, that's not, because if you can afford to do a 25% remodel, you can afford the undergrounding, okay? But I kind of lean with you that it's like, you had one case and you denied it, so I like the safeguards that are already there. Okay?
Well, it leaves a bit of a loophole, that's the only problem, that people will end up arguing about. If it's not there, they don't have to argue about it, just do it.
Well, they've had one case that they've had to deal with, and like I said, and they denied it, so
Well, there were other projects that when I was on the planning commission, that they tried to see if they couldn't get around it. There's houses over in the Explorers area where the utilities are all in the back, and to underground to get back there, they were saying it was going to be a problem to get back there, and we said no, but they made a big argument about it.
But this has to go to the planning commission.
I'd rather it not be even discretionary. I'd rather just take it out.
There may be situations you're doing a 25% remodel when the nearest pole is across the street and down 4 houses.
That's life.
I just did that.
That's life. Yeah, that happens.
huge.
That happens all the time.
Project, Stephanie.
No, it doesn't. No, it
It
doesn't.
would, yes, it would.
I just don't want to tear down a tree, because
If they're cheap enough that this kills the project, you shouldn't have them as clients.
That's right. I mean, my next door neighbors just have to do that.
I can see leaving it in there.
Anyway, I see a great divide, so Jacques, would you like to weigh in on this?
I'm neutral on this, but I have to admit, her next door neighbor, complained bitterly, but they went ahead with the project. So,
No, my next door neighbor didn't complain bitterly. They were concerned about the cost of it
Well,
because
okay.
the cost of it's so high.
by definition, I talked to them, they didn't seem very happy.
So, do you want to remove the exemption?
I'm fine.
Remove
Remove.
it. Well, you started this, come on, now you're backpedaling.
He does these just to get the discussion going.
Remove, leave, that carries with remove the exemption. Okay?
Okay.
Sometimes I think,
We'll remove the exemption. Now we're going to continue with recycling collection facilities.
yeah,
So Councilmember Bertrand had asked if there was separate
I know.
criteria for this, and this
Okay.
is where it sits. This carries over from our existing code. It does require a conditional use permit to bring in a recycling facility. You'll see there's a lot of standards attached to it. For power-driven process equipment, reverse vending machines are allowed, so where you would bring back your recyclables and then it would give you money out of a machine for
Those are
recycling.
allowed? Okay.
They are allowed.
That's the power-driven, okay.
Yep. And location, it's within the zoning, different zones. It's in the land use table of whether or not they're allowed. So it would be mostly in our, like, I think, industrial and commercial areas.
Doesn't Mobile have a power-driven recycling container?
Glass crusher or
I
something.
hear the crushing all the time.
That's power-driven, yes?
Yes, and under location, containers for the 24-hour donation of materials shall be at least 30 feet from any property zoned or occupied for residential use, unless there's a recognized service corridor and acoustical shield between the container and the residential use. So that's the separation.
I think people there would like 100 feet away.
And then attended facilities, the hours of operation are regulated between 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. So that's when you have an attendant on duty. So these would require a conditional use permit that would be reviewed by the Planning Commission.
Since we've set noise levels and distances 100 feet, which is great, then I think that I have to call us back to the power-driven equipment, which is used now in all these facilities.
You want to leave that in there?
The glass crusher, no, it's prohibiting it, is it not?
No, I know, and I said you want to leave it in there.
I think that.
I mean, it's okay to-
With all these regulations, then, with the regulations.
Oh.
Machinery is acceptable.
That's
Okay,
not
that's-
past me. I
Right,
agree
yeah.
with you.
Yeah,
It has to be an attendant, it has to be 100 feet away, it has to be less than 60 decibels.
and there's hours of
And
operation.
if all those conditions are met, then they can use the glass crusher.
Yes, I think I've used that gas crusher before. I had guys out there with big hammers.
You know what, I'm okay with that section.
Thanks for catching that, Mike.
So you want to take out F?
Is it,
And it seems to be working at Mount Hill.
Yes,
Since we put
right.
the conditions on them, the neighbors seem to be okay with it.
I want to be clear, though, under G, locations, it says containers for the 24-hour donation of materials shall be at least 30 feet from a property zoned or occupied for residential, and then the 100-foot is below under hours of operation for attended facilities. So a non-attended facility that's open 24 hours only has to be 30 feet from residential, where an attended facility is 100 feet.
That's inconsistent, but
Yeah.
I can't find where that,
because the dumping of those bottles would be,
I can't find the 30-foot section.
Under
It's up higher.
G2.
Oh, got it.
just want to change those to 100? Leave them the same, yeah, G2 to become 100?
Donation materials like Goodwill, glass.
No,
This is only recycled
This is
stuff,
only
right?
Yeah,
recycled.
I'm thinking about dumping glass at 3 in the
Where
morning.
does that exist?
Well, we're not going to let it.
I've been to one of these before, and it was an enclosed, you actually like went into an enclosed building to do that, and it was 24 hours, but if this was outside and 30 feet from a residential, that could be problematic, but I don't know of one.
I think the 100-foot number would make sure that we didn't have it in a place that it wouldn't be desired.
We just wouldn't have it, and we just prohibit it.
Have to be a big shopping
Bought
center.
a glass donation?
Yeah, do we even want that?
We could set everything to the same standards as the facilities that have people working at them. It can all
Like
be
the
under
one
the
behind Mount
same.
Hill.
Yeah, it can all be under the same standard of 100 feet, and the hours of operation can be limited between 9 and 7 p.m.
It must be manned.
You mean like there were no 24-hour donation?
Yeah, we can get
Not
rid
even-
of the 24-hour.
It's not even an option. That's the solution we want.
Wait. The 24-hour things are pretty good, and
Where?
I've seen them actually on underneath the overhang in front of the store, but actually the ones I've really seen, you walk into the store and there's a place on the side or some sort. I don't see anything in our current.
Can we put one in at 600 Monterey?
Thanks a lot. So I have it in my side alley, but that's about it. Yeah. The reason why I like 24 hours is because I think there's going to be a lot of pressure, probably even a lot more for these big collection areas. You know, I see the complaint about people with their shopping carts and, collecting, waiting for it to open and stuff like that, and everything associated with those areas is maybe putting pressures into smaller, different areas, like the 24 hours. I don't understand.
How many
the law.
Capitola residents do you think use recycling centers like that? We have garbage pickup.
Our residents would not support us approving 24-hour recycling, dumping glass 30 feet from their house. Think about it, Josh.
That's true. It's more of a convenience to someone coming to a store, and then
Yeah.
they recycle their stuff at the point.
I mean, we have a great recycling center at Nob Hill, and I think they
that's
should
in the
use
store.
powered equipment.
Well, okay, by definition, yes, it's the operation hours of the store. So in general, I like to include things that help recycling. That's sort of where I'm at.
As we all do, but I'm thinking, this is a thing that needs to work well within the community, and 24-hour dumping of glass doesn't work well anyway.
Just take
It's
that
within
out.
the store.
I think we have a great facility at Nob Hill. I think that the use of powered equipment is great, and 100 feet is great, and hours of operation are even more critical, so
It's
that's,
inside the store, it's not part of this anyway. It's an attended facility.
Okay, so that would be okay. Okay.
so I got a couple changes here. Just make sure I got, we're going to let the power-driven processing equipment remain.
Yes.
And we're going to not allow 24-hour donation,
Cross out G2.
yeah.
Within G2, I would suggest keeping a location standard
Thank
and
you.
setting it 100 feet from residential.
Thank you.
But the question is, do we want 24-hour donations?
If it's inside a store.
Location for the mobile vending, for the mobile vending facilities?
Yeah, and with the number 2, I would cross out containers for the 24-hour donation of material. And it can just say, location shall be at least 100 feet from any property zoned occupied for residential use.
So what are we talking about?
Well, can we just say
Just
containers?
locations in general of these.
Location, well, we said that already down below.
But that's under hours of operation, and it says that 100 feet is kind of triggering if the hours are limited between 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. It says, attended facilities located within 100 feet of a property zoned and occupied for residential use shall operate only during the hours of 9 and 7 p.m. But if you want to just limit your operations between 9 and 7 p.m., we can state that, and then the location can be 100 feet from residential as a standard above.
Sure. Does the job.
Yeah, the collection hours are the same, the distance is the same. We're not promoting the 24-hour concept.
You have a difficulty with somebody operating a facility that's non-manned and have them, given them hours.
Here's the thing, Dennis, for me, it's like if there's a collection facility and it says on it the hours are posted when it's done, and somebody's dumping stuff at night, then it's like
You don't have any means of even locking it up. You have to have somebody go out there and.
it's going to be removed. It's like those, it's like the red box machines that are not going to be allowed. If it's a collection place that's collecting after the hours, then it's removed.
Someone is going to
I
come
don't,
by
I
and
don't
take
see
it,
any
that's for
reason to
sure.
leave, I don't see any reason to leave that in there at all then. Take the whole container, 24-hour donation materials.
Somebody asked this, do we have these throughout town? Is there these locations?
Why do we need this? We have them operating already.
We know of these
with their
locations?
man and
I
there's no
don't think there's
complaints.
any.
I think I'm going to go along with you. I'm okay with removing the whole
Take the whole
concept.
thing out. Okay.
Okay.
Take the whole thing out?
Yeah, take it out.
Of other collection sites.
Location number 2.
Yeah.
Take it out.
Do you want a 100-foot setback from residential in here at all?
No, we're talking about item number 2 is just removed.
Number 2.
G2.
G2.
Okay. But would you like a setback for these facilities from residential
Well,
in general?
I guess what we're trying to say is that we're just not allowing these facilities. We're just
Have to be
removing.
manned facilities between
Oh.
9 and 7.
Taking out F?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the mobile facilities are fine. The mobile facilities can take place as long as they are between the hours of operation are there. Are we okay with that, mobile? Mobile can come and collect between 9 and 7, and I guess they could come right into your residence.
Then
so
you
it
always
couldn't-
have someone manning it, and it's
Well, that's an attended versus an unattended. I think we're all okay with an attended facility. I think what we're not, I think we're trying to say here is we don't want unattended collection facilities.
Right.
Okay.
That's the theme.
For your attended facility, would you like it to be 100 feet from residential?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and if it's within the confines of a store, it's considered attended?
Yes.
Okay.
I would,
Thank you.
if
Even
it's
though
in a
vending
store and
machine.
you actually have to go in during operating hours.
Yes, because someone's there, okay. That allows
As,
what I want.
as the successful red boxes will be.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay,
Are we
we'll-
good?
We'll make those red lines appropriately.
Thank you.
So I'd like to point out that we're after 2.
Up.
We're going to 5.
Let's go.
No.
6:30?
Okay, hold on. Time for a break. What
I
time?
have 6 more
We said 4 hours.
small sections.
6 sections, let's go.
I just crossed one out. We're not going to do residential mixed-use development.
Can we
We've
go
moved
another
that to a different section.
I think we can finish this in 15 minutes. I'm going to set an absolute at
Okay.
2:30. Can you live with that?
Good.
Absolute at 2:30.
Okay,
Okay?
self-storage facilities are only allowed in community commercial. They're now prohibited within regional commercial, so the area north, the mall area, the area north of Capitola Road.
Definitely for those.
And previously, so we're not allowing them in the regional commercial. That was the big change.
Thank you.
Any
Okay.
questions, changes?
Next.
Next. Solar energy systems. This allows solar energy systems. The one change is that in the mixed-use village, they shall be located and designed to minimize visibility from the street or other public places to the greatest extent possible. So if they wouldn't function on the back of the building, they could be put on the back of the building, they could be put on the front. So it's not saying they're prohibited, it's just giving guidance. But other than that, there's,
Does this include the item I brought up in terms of heating systems, additional heating systems? So there's PV and then there's heating of water.
that would fit under our height exceptions.
Okay, but this section, I mean, solar energy still includes heating of water, right?
Yeah, I would be comfortable adding that it includes solar hot water heaters are generally
Right. Yeah.
the same system.
Great.
If that could be added, that'd be
Sure.
good.
Okay. Are we good? Dennis?
Yeah,
Michael?
fine.
Good. Next, Katie.
Okay, next is Soquel Creek Pathway.
Feel a stagnation coming. We're going to dig in. Go ahead.
So this is existing from our code,
Okay.
that the pathway shall be maintained based on a survey from 2005 or 4 feet, whichever is greater, so it wouldn't go below the 4 feet width standard. Primary structures east of the pathway shall be set back a minimum of 5 feet from the edge of pathway. And then it talks about no new encroachments into the pathway, and that there are variations can be allowed to the surface. And that the deck handrails may not exceed 42 inches in height. The space between the deck and the handrails may not be filled with and to create a solid appearance. So this is to maintain the view into the creek as you're walking down the pathway. And that's really it.
I have one to add to it, please.
Go ahead, Dennis.
I think there's a problem now with overhead clearance. A lot of vegetation is going, you have to duck to go down the pathway. We should have an overhead clearance of 8 feet on the pathway.
The owner should trim their vegetation?
And I have another question about E, just below that, surface variation, brick, decomposed ground, other surfaces are permitted. At one time, we said no more pavers in there, that they had to leave it natural, because people started putting pavers and bricks and stuff like that, and I thought we as a council said, no more hard surfacing in the path.
We just said it had to be permanent. It'd be loose stick brick or
Yeah. So what happened,
papers, but it just couldn't be or more than in flat work.
the areas that aren't, have some kind of ground covering setting, they're turning into mud holes. So something permeable, right?
As long as it's not a tripping hazard,
Yeah.
because that's my concern there, is that people don't create something.
Do we have the same identification for this as we do for city sidewalks? That is the property owner's responsibility, or not?
My assumption is yes, but I have not looked into it specifically.
But she's right, after a big rain, it's a puddle mess.
So we'll add the word permeable before surface variations.
And the bricks you don't see in the mud.
Any other changes? Okay.
Just one quick one. When we're talking about this area here, we're talking about the area from the Stockton Street Bridge to the Arthur House, is that correct? Is that the length of what we're talking about right here?
It's under construction.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the pathway that goes back
McDonald Lane,
there,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
So what's that right-of-way that extends all the way to Highway 1? What's that?
It's gone.
Is it really gone?
It's gone.
I mean, it's on the map, but it's obviously not used, so what does it actually mean?
It's actually in the creek. One time there was a walkway there, but it was actually on piers and went on up this creek.
Okay.
So it's not really in line with where it is now. It was out in the water. And
Oh,
and
it's
creek-
actually in the
creek
water?
took it. Yeah, the creek took it.
It's where it belongs.
Okay.
Okay.
Ready to move on to temporary sidewalk dining? Temporary sidewalk dining, there's a lot of new standards. So safe passage of 4 feet, standards for furniture and signs. The hours of operation will be limited from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then we also, within this section, have the conversion of on-street parking, which when the Planning Commission looked at this is your dining decks that are located in parking spaces. Planning Commission took this out of the code, and then we're putting together a pilot program currently.
This is the
For
park.
the city council. So we'll, that's the conversion of on-street parking, but page 96-19 to 96-20 is for your temporary sidewalk dining. So this is for small dining areas where there's space that you could actually put a table out and a couple chairs and have a cup of coffee or along this
Like in front of
sidewalk.
Cruzo's or something?
No, this is not for the village. This is for
Oh,
every place
sorry.
else but. Is that how I'm reading this, Katie?
Yeah, so this is,
In B.
yeah, temporary outdoor dining within the public right-of-way is not permitted in the mixed-use village.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Any questions here?
So at New Leaf, where you have the chairs, and
Right, okay.
that's a place where it would be applicable.
Is there a limitation to how narrow you can make the sidewalk and still allow for seating?
Yes, it's, I want to say 4 feet. So under safe passage, under C3,
2, 3?
it says, the sidewalk immediately adjacent to the restaurant shall have the adequate space to accommodate tables and chairs and shall provide adequate safe passage along the sidewalk for pedestrian and wheelchair users of the sidewalk. Safe and adequate passage of 4 feet will be provided along the sidewalk and from the curb to the sidewalk.
If Grady's Market wanted to put something out in front of its, there's that little Bouzon place, if they wanted to put a few tables out there where they have the current bench,
I would have to go out there and measure.
because they have parking, and then on the other side of the parking, there's about 4 feet or 3 feet, and they have a bench there, so if they want to put a...
They
Well,
would have,
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't believe Grady's Market is a restaurant, so I don't think this section would apply, right?
There is a restaurant in Grady's.
Is that a non-conforming restaurant?
No, it's conforming. It was approved
it's
by-
limited in
Yeah.
its seats.
The bar in there is permitted by permit.
Yeah,
Is it,
yeah, so that's what I mean. So if they put some up, if they put some on...
But you're right, Jamie, there's no room outside to do it there. The car stop pulls right up to that, yeah.
I don't know what's allowed, but there is a restaurant in there, so.
I'm not disputing that point.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't know.
enough space.
Yeah, they need to keep 4 feet of clearance.
Okay.
So where, can you give me an example where this,
Not on a private walkway, and that's not a private walkway. That's not a sidewalk, it's a private walkway.
That's
So
true.
they could take that private walkway up with a couple of deuces out there, a couple of tables.
Okay.
It just would depend on their ADA access, I think. Because it just, how they use that piece of property, and then their use permit, I know there's a limitation on seating. So there's a host of other things that would come into play on Grady's. It's a little bit of a funny example for this. Right. So I think a better example would think about something on, trying to think.
Amazon Juices has one.
Amazon Juices is a
Sidewalk.
good example.
Do they need a permit for that?
Amazon Juices,
They
over
have-
there on 41st.
There we go, on
and
41st.
66.
Okay.
Across from O'Neill's, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's in an alcove as opposed to out in the sidewalk. pretty much.
Right. And it allows the 4-foot clear.
Right. If tables were to appear at Grady's, would that be something we would just act on, or would we need a complaint to go look at that?
Outdoors? Yeah, they need a permit to do that. They need a permit to do that.
No, is it something we would just act on, or would we need a complaint to go look at that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the
If
question?
tables were to appear at Grady's outside, would that be something we would just go look at and analyze, or would we need a complaint to go look at that?
You know, code enforcement generally is all complaint-based.
Because they have that area where the flowers are right now. I can see if that lease expired and they decide, okay, we'll have a little outdoor dining area there, which there'd be enough room.
That's another topic.
I was just curious. I'm trying to figure out how this applies. That's all.
Okay.
But that's another topic that we can talk about another time, is code enforcement. And I'd like it not to be just complaint-based. I'd like it to be partially staff-initiated. If they drive by something and see something that's illegal, come in and deal with it.
I agree with you. We need to probably bring that up and
Separate
relook at that,
topic.
okay?
Yeah.
And so you have that duly noted?
Duly
Okay.
noted.
I agree with you. Thank
Thanks.
you. Go ahead.
Look right behind Jamie, there's a picture right there, when it shows the Stockton Bridge there.
Yes.
And the building, Pete Hubbock's building there where the wine bar is
Yes.
now. Okay, and there's an outside deck area there.
Yes.
Could he apply for a permit and ask for an outside wine seating area on that lower terrace right there?
Under
Not block the sidewalk?
within our new code, for the 20% allowance. without
So the
triggering-
sidewalk, the sidewalk space there is actually private property,
It's his.
right? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And then the public property is the dirt path that goes down. And so I believe with the 20% expansion allowance, correct me if I'm wrong, that they could have outdoor space there.
As long as it's on their property.
Oh,
This
yeah,
provision
it
would
is-
not apply to them because they're in the
Right.
village.
It's actually a separate category because we're talking about sidewalk dining.
Right. So this would be different. This would be under that 20% when we were discussing in the village.
In this case, it really is, it's city property. It's actually part of our property. But what happened was, remember we did with Britannia Arms, the property that they have their outside deck on, that's city-owned property.
Well, that one, in that case, is. I'm not sure about Hubbock's property. I thought that was
No, it
his
doesn't
property.
go all the way to the water. I know it
No,
doesn't.
not to the water, just the 2 foot of walkway. It's his.
It's more than 2
Oh,
feet.
That may be, but I'm saying, what area I would be concerned about is offering some type of outdoor thing along the river right there.
No, we're not going to get into that. You're talking about what happened at the Britannia Arms. That's a
Yeah.
different, we leased that property. This,
Yeah, we do.
That's actually his property. And under the 20% Hubbock's, that walkway is his, and under the 20% rule, he would be allowed to put tables there.
You're talking about the ledge property?
Talking about what you just brought it up. There's actually a walkway there that the public thinks is
No
there.
one uses. No one
No,
uses.
the public sometimes, but
You
it's.
want to bring it up on
very
Google Earth?
Yeah,
Bring it, and so we can take a look at it here.
there we go. Right there where the metal cage is at, the red cage. Yeah. There we go. There we go.
Public does walk through that.
Yeah, but that's actually his.
Is it his?
It is his.
Not along the red cage. Can you go one more?
No, down.
Now, it's blocked off.
Yeah, to the-
I'm not talking about, I'm talking about the area that's not being used at all by the public, the area down below.
No, not that. Well, I'm looking at the right of the rail.
Between the hedge and the building.
Yeah.
Right. To the right of the handrail.
Just go a little further, closer towards Cap Ave.
There we
That
go.
way.
Now
Now
turn.
turn left.
Almost missed.
Almost.
It's right
Ah,
there.
there you go.
There we go. So the situation is that this is the public way here.
Right.
The property line is somewhere right around the
Right.
sign is. So this space is private property.
He could actually extend the deck and put in tables.
I mean, it's a design permit,
Right.
exterior improvements like that, but that's certainly.
Under the 20% rule.
Dennis, your mind's working.
Yeah, today he can't,
Well,
but
I'm
when the
talking
20%
about
rules.
sidewalk areas, not necessarily the village. But
Yeah,
I
so
think
this is a.
We're not going to touch the stuff on the left, guys. Yeah, definitely. Okay.
Okay, any
it would be nice of it.
I would like to move on if we could.
any modifications? No?
No, I think we're okay with that.
Okay. Temporary uses and structures is next.
Nels, if you missed something, hold on a second, Nels. Nels, if you missed something, come on up. We're going to go back. Okay?
sorry,
I
go back
guarantee
for him.
you.
Nels, you missed it. It's all over.
No, I cannot do that to you after 3.5 hours of.
Did you hear the duck discussion?
Cruel and
It
unusual.
would be cruel and unusual punishment. punishment. Go ahead.
Okay.
What section are we going to?
Outdoor dining,
Oh, good.
sidewalk dining,
Sure, yeah.
parklets.
No, we're not talking
We're
about
going to do park instead of different.
Parklets are in that section, so I think you need to listen to me.
We're going to take it to another meeting and talk about that
that
there.
later.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Okay.
For your
Well, I'm not
time,
doing the full tilt parklet thing, but I am going to mention them.
Go ahead.
So anyway, I would urge you to go along with the Planning Commission's recommendation that there be no public dining permitted in the public right-of-way in the village. That's sidewalks and parking spaces. Converting parking spaces and sidewalk areas away from public use and devoting them to additional drinking and eating space for the bars and restaurants exacerbates the existing parking and congestion issues in the village. It is bad public policy, and it is an inappropriate use of these public facilities. You have said you will deal with the issues of parklets as a separate item to be brought back for public hearing in October. And I think this is probably the best approach to a bad idea. As part of that public hearing, I formally request that all holders of village resident parking permits be notified by mail, as well as all property owners, residents, and business owners within 300 feet of any village parking space which could potentially become converted to restaurant dining. All of these people face a real and negative impact on their lifestyles and on their businesses by the conversion of parking to bar and restaurant space. They should be notified of this hearing. Should you decide to override the Planning Commission and allow sidewalk dining in the village, please be aware that the regulations currently contained in the zoning ordinance are extremely weak as regards the unique space limitations of village sidewalks and do not deal at all with fee structures, seasonality, and many other aspects of the village environment. This code section should be amended with specific conditions for village sidewalk dining to protect all the village stakeholders. Thank you.
Thanks, Nels.
Katie, I'm confused here. The Planning Commission has not made a decision on parklets, is that correct?
That's right.
They removed parklets from the ordinance.
They removed it.
They removed
So
it.
they've already discussed it.
Yes.
Okay.
That, on the bottom of page 96-20 is redlined that conversion of on-street parking has been crossed out, and it's no longer an option within the zoning code update, unless you direct us to do otherwise.
Well, what I believe we just did, the action we took was we approved the temporary sidewalk dining, which does include that there is not sidewalk dining in the village. So that's part of what's there. And what we have coming back to us on an agenda is to discuss parklets.
A pilot parklet
A
program.
pilot park program. It's coming back at a different forum. So it's not, we don't need to add that language that was stricken here, because once we get done with that decision, it would be reintroduced or totally removed as we move forward.
I think staff, the way we've taken the direction so far is that the Planning Commission has at this point recommended removing this from the code.
Got it.
And based on your action just moments ago, this discussion about conversion of on-street parking spaces for outdoor dining would be removed from the code. But council has also asked us to bring back a pilot program, so a policy level, so a policy document that would be a policy about a pilot parklet program.
Correct. And should that pilot policy have any legs or go anywhere, then it would be reintroduced into this program down the road. But for right now, our position is that that has been removed and there is no sidewalk dining in the village. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, then we can move on.
But I agree that when it comes back, everyone should be notified.
Well, I don't know about notifying every permit holder for, I don't know about, that. And we can advertise this in whatever normal way we do, and there might be some additional ways we can
We
come
can
up
also
with.
send out notices. That's easy. They do it all the time for every project.
I
How many
think,
people should we send it to, the whole?
I would say, just from the city clerk, things I hear from her, anytime we have a project in the village, it turns out to be thousands of notices. So it could be quite an extensive
And expensive.
noticing procedure, yes. But we can certainly do it, it'll take more time and money.
I think we can talk about that some more. I'm not sure what we normally do. I wouldn't want to do anything less than what we normally do, but it's like, whatever we normally do, I don't want to, it's like some things, I don't want to create things for exceptions that go outside of what we normally do for noticing.
Okay. We can follow our normal process for for considering an admin policy, but I would note that we don't have other than sort of the typical agenda posting and that sort of thing, that's what we do for admin policy type items. So it'd be the typical agenda noticing process.
Okay.
Wouldn't include postcards.
And what other sort of enhancements could we do that you might suggest?
I think a reasonable approach in this case would be posting some notices in the village area of the hearing. I think that probably strikes a balance because the community development director's comment is well noted that as soon as you start getting into the business of notifying in the village, it spreads pretty quickly and can add cost, but I think that there could be pretty cost-effective ways to post several locations in the village to get the word out.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, there's a difference between building a hotel in the village and having a pilot program for a few parking places, and I just want to make a prudent, cost-effective, informative way that the public will know and accomplish our goal. Mr. Graves.
Yes, I rose to this. I wasn't going to speak to this, but being Nels brought it up, I'm hearing something different from your staff. I went directly to them. I went to the Planning Commission meeting, which the parklets idea was brought up. And the Planning Commission directed staff, I thought, to bring it back as a separate item for a public hearing. They said no, just like the city manager just said, that they were going to do a pilot project. I personally don't want to see a pilot project until we have a public hearing on the item. And I'll help you.
That's what it is. It's a public hearing.
Well, no, I was told directly. I'm not going to name the staff, but I was told directly. I went to them, and I have good hearing. But I want to offer you something. If you'll put out just a flyer when you are going to have the hearing on the parklets, I'll be glad to distribute them to every business in the village. That'll save you a display ad. That'll save you postcards, all those good things. But I do want to see it come before a board, rather than a project instituted, because that's what a project is.
Ron, I want to be clear here, okay? This is never the intent of this council to do that.
I didn't say it was.
Okay. Oh, well, in the end.
I said it was the direction that staff got was not clear, evidently.
I apologize if there was any misunderstanding, because sometimes what we say doesn't get passed on, and I'm not. What I want to let you know for sure, absolutely 100%, is that we are not planning on having this discussion unless it is a public hearing, and there will be no pilot program until the end of that meeting.
Thank you.
And that's actually, and that will be the last word, because I'm going to go ahead and cut it off right here, because
I was just going to say you're 5 minutes late on your word.
Well, because I didn't want to cut Nels off mid-sentence. Been here for 3.5 hours, Ron. I don't want to cut him off.
But I have one request.
Go ahead.
I want to make it again.
Go ahead.
So that staff is very clear. When you finally finish the zoning process, because I listened to the speech by Councilman Norton on television the other night, I would like to see the public have at least 2 hours to see 2 weeks to see the final draft of the zoning ordinance so we can talk to it. I don't think there's any rush to get a bad document.
I think that's a reasonable request. Thanks, Ron. And we're going to go ahead. Katie, I hate to do it. I know we got close, but we're going to wrap it up right here, as I promised.
Continue to your regular meeting.
Continue. But we did have a agreement on temporary sidewalk dining, as you understand. Did you get that?
Yes.
Okay, so that, I believe we're at temporary uses and structures.
Hey, there's one more sandwich out there. Do you guys mind if I take it?
No.
No, I want to go.
Please take it.
Maybe
Well, there's two more.
You can take 2 pieces. Dennis wants to.
You can have mine.
Okay, great.
Wait. Temporary uses and structures?
You want to?
No, that's where we are. We're ending. No, we're not.
Oh, yeah.
No, we're right at the end. This is it.
I want to table.
Wait. You know what? Hold on a second. In due respect, Stephanie asked to stop at 2:30. I think Jacques has someplace to go. So whatever we're going to do can wait. So I'm going to call it off here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a request.
So close to the tab.
Is that we arrange one more meeting before the 13th to finish this document up.
We don't have time. We're going.
I think we can talk about that on the 3rd.
We have
Okay.
13 we have 13
Don't we have a meeting? No,
We're gonna
we
be
don't have a
gone
meeting on
next
the
week at
3rd.
the week
When's
one.
our next meeting?
13th.
Yeah.
That's 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
Mike, opinion.
What date? It's fine.
Mike says I'm fine. Jacques says
The
I'm
13th
fine.
is our
Stephanie?
13th is our next meeting. That's a regular council meeting.
Yeah, let's
Dennis wants to have a meeting prior to that.
Why don't we have a meeting on the 6th?
Because we're going to be gone
Gonna
at the
planning
planning
conference.
conference. We're going to be gone all next week at the league conference.
Why don't we have a meeting on the 6th?
Yeah.
We have a planning
Sorry,
commission.
that was terrible.
Mike, that was good, but I, you know.
I like that.
20th?
Yeah, let's meet together.
20th is after the 13th.
We need before the 13th.
Not the 11th, that's for sure.
Why do we need to meet
Columbus
before the
Day, that's a
13th?
holiday. 12th?
Why do we need to meet before the 13th?
Dennis wants to have another
to.
meeting.
I would like to get us to a point where,
Hang on, let me ask one question before you do it. Katie, based on your, calculation of where we need to be to get to some supposed date, did we make enough progress today to finish? Or are we so far behind that we're not going to finish?
So on October 13th, if we were to do, we'd need the final direction from the city council. What we have left is 2 more chapters within this last part, and then all of sections 4 and 5. 4 is administrative review. It went really fast with Planning Commission. It maybe took us 45 minutes to get through part 4 with Planning Commission, but the glossary took some time.
If there's an educated guess about how much time you think is remaining,
Wireless.
is there an educated guess on how much time you think is remaining to get through this, based on how we are proceeding?
4 hours?
My best guess would be closer to maybe 6 hours, a couple of meetings, wireless, coastal, we got a couple of other chapters, take some time. I would say that part 4 went pretty quickly with Planning Commission, so I expect the same with Council.
I don't think we should rush.
I'm willing to try to schedule another meeting. I'll leave it at that. Can you guys come up with a date?
No.
12th?
No.
what was wrong with the 6th?
We're going to be
Planning
gone.
Commission meeting?
Out of town.
What are you gone from? Which dates you gone from?
What days are you going? What days? 6, 7, 8, 9?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that shoots that week. That gives 10, 11, and 12.
10 is a holiday. That's Columbus Day, I think.
Yeah, and we have to prepare for the council meeting on the 13th, so we can't just have meetings all the time and,
There's Tuesday, the 11th.
no.
That's a
Well,
no.
that's city planning, we have their panel.
Oh, okay. It appears to me that we don't have a date. That's just my
Yeah.
appraisal. So I'm thinking, let's just go to the 13th and see what happens. And if we want to schedule a meeting at the 13th, keep your minds open and come on the 13th. Dennis, I would love to say that we're going to just cram this in, but it's like, what I truly believe, what I've truly witnessed from doing this is we're kidding ourselves if you think that we're going to progress through this at a rate that the Planning Commission did. I see us obviously struggle on item after item, and I don't think that we've been expeditious at all. So I really think it would probably take 2 more meetings for us to get this done in addition to what we have scheduled. So I love your optimism.
No, well, all I'm saying, if we can't do it, then let's don't push anything.
We're not pushing anything.
I even do the 13th.
We have a
Let's just
meeting
have
on
a
the
regular city council meeting and forget about it. If you're not going to push it, if you don't want to get this thing done before we change the council, don't push anybody.
Dennis, it's not about wanting to get it done. I think it's about realistically, we're making decisions. There's been great conversation on some items. I would rather get it done right than rush through it. That's me personally, and I think that.
Getting it right doesn't mean changing to the new council. That doesn't make it right.
Dennis, I have no control of the new council. I think that every item we put up there, we've put good thought into. We've had discussion. We've disagreed. We've come together. We've made compromise, and we will do what we can. And I'm going to say we're done till the 13th, unless somebody else wants to.
So
Go over that.
maybe we can plan to stay later on the 13th. Certainly at the 13th, we come up with.
Come to the 13th with an open mind. That's all I'm going to tell you. Okay? Can we do that? Meeting adjourned. Thank you.